Good morning, guys, one more time. So let's continue with the next point. Now, did you get a chance to look at that yesterday's application? Did you try to complete on your own? Did that work? Yes, no? You faced any issue, any challenge? Did you work on that? Did you finish that? Can't believe it. Really? Good. Very good. So if you already have finished that application, then that simply means you are on the right track. Again, that's good. I mean, you are doing fantastic, and hopefully, you now must have got a confidence that the Android development is very simple. When I say very simple, it's really very simple. There's nothing inside it. All you need to do here is just understand the logic, and probably if you know how to do one thing, you can easily copy and paste it for doing the other things there. So probably we have seen few things till yesterday. So let us continue further and let us see one more thing. Now, hopefully we were talking about, yeah, this is data persistent. We were talking about, we saw shared preferences. So this is done. We saw SQLite, that is done. Content provider will give a small demo of it. File, we'll see when we need that. But before we go for it, before we go for that content provider small demo, I want to talk about one more thing. So when you talk about something like an Android, precisely an Android development. So understand this point, Android development. So when you talk about the Android development, there are a few things that you need to understand. One, you need something called as an Android SDK. I think I talked about that, the libraries, the packages and stuff like that. So that is something that already talked about it. Now, precisely when you want to develop an Android application. So when I say there is an application, Android application, what all different things you can have inside an application? What maximum things you can have in your application? So in your application, you can have one of the five components, one of the four components, or you can have all four components. Now, what are those components? One of the components is called as an activity. I hope you still know what activity is, and every time we are using it. So every time when we are creating an application, we are starting with at least one activity called as main activity. So this is an activity which represents the UI. We talked about this. We already have done that. So we all are comfortable with creating an activity. So it represents a screen, you can say, or you can say it is an UI. So basically, whatever you want to do with the UI, you will do that right inside something called as an activity. So this is the activity here. Now, sometimes, you want to do something in the background. Now, when I say you want to do something in the background, let's say you are supposed to get you are writing an application like a birthday planner or birthday wisher. So the application will be something like, there are some friends and I've added the birthdays of them in my application, and I want my application to send a happy birthday message on their birthday automatically. See, we are so busy people, we know that we literally will forget that. So basically, I want to do that automatically from my application. Can I do that? Yes, you can. In which case, you want to run a kind of background code which will continuously run behind the scene. And when there is a date, for example, let's say tomorrow is one of my friend's birthday, for example. So in which case, my application's one of the components is running in the background continuously checking whether a date is, let's say, 12th of February. 12th of February, is it 12th of February? If it is, then it will automatically send the birthday wisher message to that friend. So this is exactly what I want to do. Now, to do this, probably you can say that the application has to run some logic behind the scene continuously to check whether it is correct date or not. So this can be done by running some piece of code in background with the help of another component called as a service. Now, what is a service? A service is nothing but it will allow you, maybe I can say, it allows to run code in background. Now, background simply means when you want your application to do something without having its UI, without having its activity in the foreground, this can be done by using service. For example, you can run the logic to check whether it's a correct date. And if it is a date, then send a birthday wisher message to one of my friends. So this can be done in a service. If you want to download something, let's say you are downloading a large file, and if you're downloading it in your activity, then probably your activity has to stay alive there. If activity goes in background, or if activity gets maybe killed, for example, your download will automatically kill, your download will automatically stop. I don't want that to happen. I want that download to still continue even if my activity isn't there in the foreground. This can be done in service. Service will allow you to run your code in background. Again, when you are talking about the service can be used for sharing the logic with multiple applications as well. So if you are writing a service in your application, then you can share that with other applications as well. I'll give a small demo of it once we are done with this today. So this is the service component. So there is activity component, represents the UI. Second one is the service component, which allows to run the code in background. Now the third component that I mentioned yesterday, something called as the content provider. Excuse me. Now, what is a content provider? The content provider here allows to share data with another application. So it allows to share the data, that's it, share data with other applications. For example, when you're looking at an application like WhatsApp, you know that the WhatsApp application allows you to share the data with the contacts application. So it's not like WhatsApp is sharing the data, it's like contacts is sharing the data with the WhatsApp. So how is it possible for contacts application to share the data with WhatsApp? This is possible with the help of something called as a content provider. So there is a component which is called as a content provider, which allows to share the data with other application. And finally, there is something called as a broadcast receiver. So this is something called as a broadcast receiver. Now, what is a broadcast receiver? It allows your application to receive broadcasted messages. So this is how we are doing the job. So in Android, if you want to develop an application, your application can have one of the 4 components. Those 4 components like activity, for example, service, for example, content provider, for example, and broadcast receiver, for example. So till now, we have used something like an activity a lot. I mean, every single application has to have at least one activity. That is a mandatory stuff now. Earlier it wasn't, but now it is mandatory. So your application has to have at least one activity. You may have a service, you may have broadcast receiver, you may have content provider, but having an activity is kind of mandatory. It's compulsory for you to do it. And that's the reason, even when we are creating an Hello World application, it gets created with something like a main activity. So this is mandatory to have at least one activity. Optionally, you may have one of the 3 components there. So in any Android application, you can have one of the 4 components there. And these are like activity, service, content provider, and broadcast receiver. So remember that stuff. Okay. Now, coming back to the activity stuff, I hope we have talked many things about the activity, and probably you already have seen few few types of way, or few types of types of activities. Like we can create a simple activity like list activity, or we can create an activity like login activity, and so on and so forth. Those are different ways we can configure your activity or create your activity with different type of UI. Now, when we are talking about the activity, there is one more important point that everyone has to understand, and this is something called as activity life cycle. So maybe I can say this is how we are going to look at it. This is called as an activity life cycle. So let me cover a few points, because this is important point from not only from your exam but also from your interview. Because generally when you are going for Android interview, there will be a default question, by default question, explain activity life cycle. So let us understand what is activity life cycle, how the activity will get presented, how the activity will get created, how the activity will get managed behind the scene by using activity manager in Android. So let us understand that now. To understand it, I'm going to say that there are 2 activities here. So this is my activity 1, for example. So this is my activity 1, and this is my activity 2. So this is activity 1, and this is activity 2. So imagine that there are 2 activities here. Okay, let me go back and say one of them is going to be a red activity, for example. Okay, so probably we can easily understand that this is my one activity and this is my another activity, for example. So this is my first activity, which is in red, for example. It can be something like a red activity. Okay, and this can be a blue activity, for example. So this is a blue activity. Okay, so we have 2 activities here, and I want to see, like, when we are going from one activity to another activity, what generally happens behind the scene, or how Android Activity Manager manages those activities there. So this is how we can check, like, what is the life cycle of our application, of our activity there. So let us understand this now, and let us see how those activities will be kind of presented to the screen and maybe managed by activity manager using the activities lifecycle. This is the red activity and this is the blue activity. Maybe you can say first, second, whatever, it's up to you. So this is blue activity. So we have two activities there, red activity and blue activity. And now I want to see how the application is going to start with those and how you are going to see the life cycle there. Imagine that there is a button here somewhere and there is something like a blue. So when you click on that, it goes to the blue activity. And somewhere here down the line, I'm having a back button. See, there is a back button. And on that back button, you will come back on the previous screen. So this is how the simple application can be developed. So there is an activity which is going to go to the next activity, as simple as that. So let us understand how to achieve this, or what exactly do you mean by the life cycle of activity there. So pay attention, this is going to be a little bit different, okay, and there's no effect, leave it. So let us see how the things are managed here in Android. To understand the things in the Android, so probably you can say this is my emulator or this is my device, whatever you can say, this is my device, I'm sorry, this is my device here. So in this device, probably I want to fit that activity here. So this is the device, this is the device's screen, for example, and on this screen, I want my activity to be presented. And of course, there is a back button, there is a home button, and so on and so forth, okay? So when, there is an icon, for example, so you click on that icon, you tap on that icon, and probably that activity will come up on the screen. So this is exactly what I'm looking for, okay? Shouldn't have put that arrow, but it's okay. So this is how we are going to do this job. Let us see what happens here. I'm going to copy this and put that right here for demonstration. We don't need that name here. It's not needed because we already know that this is the red activity and this is the blue activity. Just imagine that these activities will be there. And for example, I'm going to start with this activity here. So what happens here is when I tap on that icon, probably I'm just thinking about that this application is going to launch the red activity there. Okay, so let us see what happens here. So we want to do it slowly, and I will explain you what happens behind the scene because this is something called as activities lifecycle. But before I talk about this, may I get any confirmation whether you still are there? Are you all there? Are you paying attention? I'm asking to all, not only handful of you. This is your interview question. Explain activity lifecycle. So pay attention. Okay, so understand that now. This is the red activity, for example. So when you tap on the icon, the red activity will start getting shown somewhere here. Maybe it's kind of main activity or something like you already have seen working in your application there. So what happens here when you start or when the activity starts behind the scene? So when your activity starts, maybe I can start with this. When your activity starts, there are different life cycle methods or life cycle stages. The activity will go from 1 to second, or maybe different activities that the different stages the activity will go through. One of the first stages is called as created. Maybe I'll start from here and I'll say that this is the first stage. The stage name is called as a created. In a sense, your activity will get created. See, ultimately you want to show the UI on screen. That means the activity has to get created. So if you want that activity to be created somewhere here, so maybe I can say, maybe tapping on that button somewhere on the screen, or maybe tapping on that icon somewhere on the screen, the activity will be created and it will start showing up right here on the screen. It's not yet getting shown. See, this is the scenario. I have tapped on that icon and the activity got created. Now, once the activity got created, the activity will start getting shown on the UI. It's not like, I mean, for us it is the case because phone these days are very fast, but you know, behind the scene, it's like it will start getting shown from here, and maybe in fraction of second, it will appear on the screen. So I'm talking about this stage where it starts showing on the screen. It's not yet available, it's not yet visible, but it's just about to start showing up its UI. This is where it started showing the UI, and this is where you can say the UI is available on the screen. I hope you are getting my point here. So the one which you see here, maybe I'll use a green color here. So the gray color here. The one you see here, a gray screen, is nothing but my screen, my literally phone screen. And when I tap on the icon, I want that red activity to be available on my screen. This is exactly what I'm looking for. So if I'm looking for something like this, probably you can understand that this is where the activity will get created. The screen is empty. This is where the activity will get created. And now the activity will start getting shown. So this is the stage. It is started getting its UI or view, and this is not yet visible. This is the state it is in right now. This state is called as, where should I write it? Maybe I write it here. Do I have enough space? I think so. Let's see if it is possible. So this stage is called as a started. So there is a state called as created, and then there is a state called as a started. What do you mean by started? Started means the state or the stage where activity started showing its UI, but it is not available on the screen. This is the state. Hopefully you can understand. Now the activity is going to start showing its UI, but the UI is still not available on the screen. It's still invisible, but the activity has started showing its UI. This is called as a started. Now, when you say the activity started showing its UI, some of the other time, maybe it will take fraction of second, and then the activity will available here on the screen. When I say activity will be available here on the screen, that simply means the activity is now completely visible. Now, when I say activity is completely visible, probably this state is called as a resumed. See, this is the created state, then there is a started state, and then there is a resumed state. All of them are the states or stages if inside your activities life cycle. So there is a state called as created, means the activity got created. Then the state called as started, means activity got started showing its UI. It's not yet available on the screen, but it started showing its UI. Once it shows shows the UI completely on the screen, or maybe you can say the loading of activity on the screen is completed, it goes in the next stage called as resumed. Resumed is the next state. Now, when it goes to resumed, meaning when you say the activity is now in the resumed state, probably you can say this is where you can say the activity is completely available on the screen. This is where the activity is running in the foreground. So maybe I can say the activity is running. This is not the stage, but this is for our understanding to say that the activity is now started running. So maybe I can say it's running. This is not the stage. This is for our understanding that activity is already started running on the screen. Okay. Okay. So the activity is running right now, and probably I press the back button here. So this is the back button. I press the back button. You know what happens? What happens there when you press the back button here? If the activity is running, the activity will be thrown out of the screen, or activity will be finished. I hope you know that. So what happens here is, it's not like it goes directly out of the screen. There is a stage here in between. So when you press back button, or when you call finish, actually when you press back button behind the scene, it calls finish on the current activity. So what happens here is, when we are doing this job, probably you might recall that this is going to go back in a sense. It will just go out of the screen, but it's not like it immediately goes out of the screen. It starts unloading. So I'm talking about this stage where it starts unloading the activity from the UI, and after few maybe microseconds or milliseconds, it will go away of the screen. So it will go away from the screen after a few seconds, but this is the stage where it knows now it is about to go out of the screen. This stage here is called as paused state. The state is called as a paused. So state paused means it is about to go out of the screen. And when it goes out of the screen, this stage is called as stopped. Stopped means this now is completely gone out of the screen. See, this is the in-between stage. Paused. Paused means now your activity is about to leave the screen. So this is the state. And once it goes off the screen, you can say it is stopped. Now, if it is stopped, meaning we don't need that again. If we don't need it again, what's the point of keeping that in the memory? So it gets destroyed. This is the last stage, destroyed. Destroyed means it literally will get destroyed from the memory. The activity object will get destroyed from the memory. So that is how you can see the activity life cycle has, there is one more stage, but at least you can see there are 6 stages here. I'll explain them one more time. See, when I tap an icon on the screen, probably I want to launch this red activity. So what happens here is the red activity object gets created. So it goes in the created state. Then it goes to the started state. Then it goes to the resumed state, and there it starts running. If I press back button, then it will go into the paused state, then it will go to the stopped state. And once it goes to the stop state, we don't want to keep that in the memory, so it gets destroyed. So there are 6 stages we have discussed now, and these are like created, started. Let me just go back here and say this is created, then started, then resumed, then it goes and start running in the foreground. When you press back button or when you call finish, it will go in the paused state, then it will go to the stopped state, and once it is stopped, we don't need to keep that in the memory, so it gets destroyed by calling the or by going in the destroyed stage. Okay, so when we talk about these stages are representing different, you can say different stages or different states of your life, of your activities life cycle. So if someone is asking you the question like explain the activity life cycle, this is exactly what you have to draw. Like when your activity is going to start its life cycle, it goes to created state, then it goes to the started state, then it goes to the resumed stage. When your activity is about to leave from the screen, or when you say your activity is about to go or stopped, then it goes to the paused state first, and then it goes to the stop state, and then it goes to the destroyed state. Okay, now for you to understand that something is going on, or maybe you can say you want to do something in the created state, or maybe in the started state, or maybe in the resumed state, then there are different callback methods available in your activity, and I bet you already have seen few of them. For example, in if you want to do something when the activity is in created state, then there is a callback method. You already are using it on every single day, called as on create. So this is the on create method. When you say on create, this is the method that is available for you to do something when your activity is in a created state. So whatever code you are going to write here on create will be executed when the activity goes in the created state. Hopefully you can understand, and that's the reason why we are always creating our UI when the activity gets created. When the activity goes to the started stage, in a sense, when the activity is about to start loading its UI, then probably you can say probably you can say something like on start. This is another method that you can override, and then you can write the code here when you want to run the code when the activity is in the started state. Similarly, there is method called as on resume, which is available in your activity, so that you can override it and you can write the code which will be executed when the activity goes in the resumed state. So there is another method, something called as on pause. There is another method, something called as on stop. You can understand that now. These are the methods will automatically get executed when activity goes to those different stages. And finally, there is on destroy. So these are the methods available in your activity when your activity goes to different stages out there. So there is on create, on start, on resume, on pause, on stop, and on destroy. Okay, so you see that this is exactly what the activity lifecycle stages are. We have still one more stage to be discussed, but we'll discuss that in a second. But before that, let me mention a few things here. What is the difference between started and resume? Madhuri, this is the question that you are having right now. Like, what's the difference between started and resume? I'm writing it here. The difference is when you say started, maybe I can write it here. I'm sorry, activity starts loading the UI, starts loading its UI. Now, when I say starts loading its UI, very important, the UI is still invisible. This is the important difference. UI is completely invisible. Completely invisible. So probably if you see the main difference between the on start and on resumed, or maybe you can say the main difference between maybe started and resumed state is this. Activity start showing its or starts loading its UI, and the UI is completely invisible. It is about to start showing its UI. But when you are saying resumed means the activity UI is completely visible. So it's like when it starts showing the UI, it goes to the started stage. And when it shows the UI, when the UI loading is completed, when you can see the UI completely on the screen, this stage is called as resumed. So Madhuri, what happens here is when you start showing up the UI, when you click on the button and you see the activity is going to start showing its UI. So it starts showing it, it goes to the started or on start, for example. And when it completes loading its UI, it's called as on resumed state, or the method is called as on resume. You getting it, Madhuri, now? What's the difference between these two? So difference is here it started showing its UI, and here it has completed showing its UI. So UI or the loading of UI is completed in resumed state. And again, you can say this is a kind of stage where you can see the activities completely on its screen. Now, similarly, paused and on stop, paused and stopped, or on pause and on stop. Here, activity, maybe I can go back and say activity starts unloading UI. Unloading UI. And when I say unloading UI, the UI, it's exactly opposite of it. So UI is completely visible. Completely visible. So it's about to start unloading. It is still visible. It is about to start unloading. And when it gets unloaded, it goes to the stop to method. So probably I can say UI is completely invisible. UI is completely invisible. So that is the main difference between paused and stopped. And probably you can see the difference between started and resumed. In started, the UI is completely invisible. It is about to start using its UI, about to start loading its UI. And in the resumed, you see the UI is completely visible. It's completed loading its UI. Exactly opposite of it. In paused, the activity is about to start unloading the UI, and it's completely visible yet. I mean, the UI is visible. It has not yet it has not yet unloaded it. It is about to unload it. But when it gets unloaded, it goes to the stop the method. Okay. So let me show you all of this stuff one more time. You see, this is where the activity got created. Then this is the activity goes to the started state. It goes to the resumed state, and then activity starts running. When I press back button, this is where it starts unloading the UI. So it goes into the paused mode, and then it goes to the stopped mode. And then when it is not required, you can say the activity object got destroyed. I'm not deleting it right now, but from memory it will got deleted. It will be deleted, and it will be having no memory left, or no allocated memory left in your physical memory. So that's how it is doing the job. I hope you can understand that now, that there are 6 stages we have discussed for one activity. Are you all getting this? Okay, now look at this. There is a small change here. Now I want something from you, so please answer this question. There are now maybe there is an application here, and there are 2 activities inside this application. This is the red activity and this is the blue activity. Okay, so I want to start with this activity first, and then when I click on that blue button, it should load the other activity, something like the blue here. Okay, so see what happens now. First, there is nothing. I tapped on the icon. Can you tell me which stage that activity will go when it is about to get launched? There is nothing, and I'm tapping on that application icon. So it goes to the created stage, or it calls the method on create. Absolutely. Then it starts showing its UI. It starts loading its UI. Which state it is in right now? Started, right? Now it has completed loading its UI. Which state it is in right now? It is in resumed state. Very good. Now imagine I tapped on that button blue. Now tell me which state the blue activity will be. Which state the blue activity will be created. Very good. Now it will start showing the UI. It starts showing the UI on the screen. Blue activity. Yes, blue activity will be in the started stage, and then it will start. It will be loaded on top of that red activity there. So the blue activity goes to the resumed state. Absolutely right. You are absolutely right. But there is a small thing that we missed here. Now imagine that when the red activity was there and blue activity was about to start showing its UI, did you notice something? The red activity was about to hide its UI, or maybe you can say about to get disappear. And when I say about to get disappear, that simply means the blue activity has gone into the started stage and then resumed the state. But behind the scene, when the blue activity is going into the started stage, the red activity, because it's not collision, it's not collision, it's like because the blue activity is about to get overlapped on the red activity gets into the paused state, right? So blue activity goes into the started stage and red activity goes to the paused state. Absolutely. Now blue activity goes to the resumed state while red activity is completely stopped. Absolutely. So think about this. When we are looking at these two activities, this activity will be created in the started in the resumed state. Now when it is resumed, I'm clicking on that button, something like blue, and it is going to launch that blue activity. Now imagine that this is the blue activity which is about to get created. So it got created, then it started showing its UI, and now it is about to start showing its UI. Then we realize that the red activity is about to get paused. So red activity will go to the pause state and the blue activity will go to the resumed state. Now in the started stage, and now the blue activity goes into the it goes to the resumed state while red activity goes to the stopped state. Okay, so this is how we are going to do the job. Now let's say I press the back button. What's going to happen when I say I'm pressing the back button? The one on the top, that's blue activity, will be kind of deleted or will be kind of removed, but it's not like immediately it is going to go out of the screen. It will get paused first, then it will get stopped, and then it will get destroyed, right? Did you notice what happened with that red activity? So when I'm saying like the blue activity is going into the paused state, do you remember? Do you see that the red activity is now started showing its UI, meaning it will go to the started stage. Absolutely. The blue activity is going to the stopped state, meaning the red activity has gone into the resumed state because now its UI is completely visible. So blue activity is of no use, so we are going to call on destroy on that. I hope you are getting the point here, right? If you are, did you notice something? The started stage or on start method on the blue activity, I'm sorry, on the red activity called twice. Once when the red activity went to the UI on its own, like when I clicked on that icon and then it went to the screen and then it went to the started and resumed. And again, when the blue activity was about to go out of the screen, that time also the red activity went to the started and resumed state. Now hopefully the system will be confused like, hey, is it because the activity is loading for the first time, or is it because the activity was there in the stopped state earlier? Hopefully you can recall earlier it was in the stop state, and because of that it maybe because of that it is kind of going into the started stage again. How will you differentiate it? To differentiate that, there is the last stage, and this stage is called as restarted. Let me mention it right here. So this is the last stage called as restarted. Restarted means really restarted. The activity got restarted here. The method here is called as on restart, and probably you can see that the method will be called, it's like this. This is the way we can say the method is going to go to the started stage, and this method is going to get called right after the stopped stage somewhere here. So you see that there are two options for you. Either From stopped stage, you can go to the destroyed stage, or you can say from stop stage, it might go back to the restarted stage. And when I say it goes to the restarted stage, at that time, right after the restarted stage is called, you see, it automatically goes to the started stage again. So now, if the started stage is called after the restarted stage, that means it's not the first time the activity is getting launched. And if it is getting called only once, or if there is no restart on, or if there is no on restart method call, that means this is for the first time. If on restart method gets called, that simply means the activity is in, but the activity got maybe visible again because of other activity is going on, off the screen. So this is the stage here. Let us go back and try to see here. This is the first stage. It goes into created stage, then it goes to the started, then it goes to the resumed. Next, when it is in resume, if I click on that button blue, then the blue activity will get created. Then it will be kind of getting shown here. So it is kind of say on start, or maybe started. At the same time, the blue activity will go into the paused state. Now the blue activity, red activity will go to the paused state. Blue activity will go to the resumed state, while red activity will go to the stopped stage. But again, after stopped, the red activity is not going to get destroyed because we are going to need it. Once the blue activity is going to go off the screen, we need that red activity, so the red activity after stopped will not get destroyed. It will be kept in the memory, right? So when the blue activity is about to go, blue activity will go to the paused state, while red activity will first go to the restarted, then go to the started. The blue activity is now in the stopped stage, while the red activity is in the resumed state, and then when the blue activity is about to go, or maybe it's in the stop state, it's not needed now, it will get destroyed. At the same time, the blue activity will also get on pause or paused, then stopped, and then destroyed. So this is how you can say the activities will be or activity life cycle will be implemented by the application or by the activity manager. I hope you can understand. This is called as the activity life cycle. Let me just delete that and say, what is this? This is an activity life cycle. So let me mention that here. This is activity life cycle. Okay, so this is an activity life cycle, and when I say activity life cycle, this is the way you can explain in your interview. Probably when someone asks that question, like explain activity life cycle, this is what you mean by an activity life cycle. So there are 7 stages here: created, started, resumed, paused, stopped, destroyed, and the last one is the restarted. Are you all getting it, guys? Okay, if you are getting it, then well and good. If not, ask the question. Better you ask the question if you don't get anything. Okay, so explain again the restarted stage. Against the restarted stage will be called only when the second activity will be coming out of the first activity. So this is the scenario. Red activity was there earlier. I clicked on the blue button. Blue activity is now on top of the red activity. So when I click a back button here, so probably you can see that the blue activity is about to go off the screen. But before it goes maybe from the screen, it calls, or maybe it gives the red activity the control, meaning the red activity at that time first goes to the restarted stage, and then goes to the started stage, and then it goes to the resumed state. So this is how you can say the red activity is now going into the restarted stage. So restarted, or you can say on restart method, will be called only once when the second activity is going out of the first activity, so that you can see the first activity is getting its visibility. Okay, so your will on start will get called right after on restart or not? Of course, yes, that's the reason. Do you not see that when I say it is the on restart, or you can say restarted, you see that it goes to the started stage, means on start method will be called. So yes, it will. That's the reason why we are showing the arrow to the started stage. Otherwise, I would have shown that in the resumed state, So I'm showing it in the started because it goes to the started stage in that time. Okay, so maybe you can say These are all methods available in activities lifecycle. Now, there is one more important question that you might see in your so-called exam or in your so-called interview. Which one of them, these method I'm talking about, which one of them are called only once and which ones of them will be called multiple times? So remember that. I'm showing you here. So remember that. The one in the yellow, for example, I mean, I'm going to show you in this way. I hope you can see that. Yeah, okay. The one in the yellow, I'm going to show that background here so you can understand. The one in the yellow, these methods will be called only once. You know, when you're talking about any application or any activity here, this stage will be called only once. I hope you can understand, because you know the created means the activity will get created only once. So that is going to get called only and only once. At the same time, the activity will be destroyed only once as well. So you can understand that. I mean, it's like, it's a common sense, isn't it? Something can be created only once, something can be destroyed only once. I mean, if you are creating a new activity, the new activity will get created again, but the older activity will get destroyed at that time. So probably you can understand that created and destroyed will be done only once. Rest of the methods can get called multiple times, you know. So that is something that I wanted to highlight here, because there are many a times I've seen people asking the question like, which of these methods are getting called multiple, I'm sorry, which of these methods are getting called multiple times and which of them are getting called maybe only once. So only created and destroyed will be called only once. Rest of the methods may get called multiple times. So remember that the one in the yellow is, I mean, those two methods are getting called only once. Okay. And rest of them, I'm just going to show you here with some other color. Let's choose something like, we'll check this. So probably this is the shade I'm adding here. All of these stages, you can understand that. We don't need to say that again, because you can go from one state, one activity to another activity multiple times, and these states will be executed, or this state, the activity will go when you are going from one activity to another activity. You know? So these activities will be called these methods on the activity will be called multiple times. Okay, so very quickly, let me change the color and do. Let's use orange here. I hope that fits here. Okay, so this is the orange. That simply means this is going to get called multiple times. Okay, so remember that this activity will get called this state in the activity will get called multiple times. Similarly, this will also get multiple times. Remember that yellow means it's only once, and orange means, yeah, multiple times. Okay, so this is again multiple times. Again, it depends on the user, it depends on the navigation, you know. So if user doesn't go to the second activity, the second activity will never get launched. So remember that part as well. Don't forget that it all depends on the user, but precisely these methods may get called multiple times, or these states, the activity may go multiple times, but created and destroyed, that will be only once. That is more important, so remember that accordingly. Okay, so on started, on restart, sorry, on restart, then there is a on start. Let me just put the color here properly. So this is on start, or maybe you can say started. There is a resumed or on resume, you can say. Okay, and probably this is on pause or pause the state, you can say, and probably on stop or stop the state. So these methods will get multiple times, and only created and destroyed get called single times or only once. Hopefully you can understand that. Okay, I'll just mention it somewhere so there won't be any kind of confusion. This color represents that the method gets called multiple times. Just for your example, this is a kind of a legend I'm creating here, so you can understand what is the meaning of it. Okay, so hopefully that's pretty simple to understand. This is one and this is two. So all of these which are having the orange background, that simply means the method will get multiple times. So maybe I can say multiple times. You can understand that in this way. And this is only once. Why single times will get called only once? Okay, so this is for your understanding. That means the methods will get called multiple times, and yellow means this method will get called only once. Hopefully you can understand this entire part here. Okay, so this is how the activity life cycle can be implemented here. Now you might ask the question, why are you explaining this all of a sudden? There are two reasons. Reason number one, this is one of the interview questions. That's the reason why I need to explain that a little bit slowly. So probably this is done. And the second most important reason is, I don't know whether you really did that application yesterday, because if you have done that, probably you must have noticed right after creating an item, let's say expense or maybe something like income item, it will not get shown automatically in the UI. Did you face any challenge, or did you see that problem yesterday? How many of you have done the done that view pager implementation, view pager, tab layout, all of that stuff? Have you implemented that? Yes, you have to start again. Exactly, Vishal. Then why didn't you ask the question? Like, this is the problem that you were facing yesterday. Then why didn't you ask the question how to fix this problem? Because if you want to fix that problem, this problem can be fixed, or has this problem has to be fixed by using those callback methods or those life cycle methods. Without that, it's not possible for me to fix the problem, and that's another reason why I'm explaining this here. So I'm again saying this thing here is kind of activity life cycle, and this is needed in order to fix that problem. Before we fix that problem, I'm going to create a small application first, so that you will understand that this is a kind of an application where you can have all of these methods. At least you will see that the application is getting created, or the callback methods are getting called there. So let me create the application. Let me create two activities, go from one activity to another activity, override those methods, and just see the same thing like what we have seen earlier quickly. So this is my main activity. I'll keep it as it is. I'm going to create one more activity here, empty activity, and I'm going to call this as say blue activity or blue activity. Okay, so this is the blue activity. I'm going to rename this activity here, main activity, and refactor rename. Sorry, refactor rename, and I'm going to rename this to red activity. So at least you will have the exactly the same understanding here. Red activity, and I'm going to go back here and change this to a red. So background is going to be red 0F00, and for blue this is blue 00F, that's blue. Okay, so now we are having the red activity and the blue activity. I'm going to go back to the red activity, because see, ultimately we have to go to the blue activity there, right? So without that you can't do anything. So I'm going to delete this one here. Okay, I'm going to delete this one here as well, and let's add a simple button. Okay, so I need a button for blue. So button, let's say match parent wrap content. Okay, that's the background color. I'm going to use FFF, and what the hell is that? That's the text. I'm going to change this to blue, for example, and the background is this. Okay, it's not changing this tint, and then we can say text color to black, or maybe we can say hash 000. At least we will see something there. Okay, so that's how we are going to do it. I'm going to go back here and say padding 16 dp. That's it. This is the blue. So when you click on that blue, it will go to the blue activity, as simple as that. Now in that blue activity, I'm going to go back and change this to back. This is the back button. Okay, again going back here, we can't use this constant layout. Instead of that, we are going to change that to linear layout and change or add something like padding 16 dp. That's it. So this is the back button. Okay, I'm going to go to the blue activity and add a method public void on back, because this is the button from where you want to go to back screen or maybe the previous screen. So this is going to be view v. Okay, and if you want to go back, then this is something like finish. That's it. I'm going to copy this and put it here in the main activity, and maybe I'll say on, let's say, blue activity. You know how to go to blue activity. All you have to say here is intent is equals to new intent this blue activity dot class, and then you want to go to the blue activity here. So start activity intent. Okay, don't forget to call this method on click of that button. So this is the button, say on click, that is the on blue activity method, and this is the button where I'm going to say on click is equals to on back. Okay, so I'm going to go back to both the activities and we'll override a few methods. And before that, I'm going to create a tag here. So it's going to be private static final string tag, which is equals to, so at least I will see which screen is adding that log. So this is going to be a red activity. Copy this and paste it here. And this is the blue activity, Okay, so I'm in a red activity first. On create is already there. We don't have to do anything for that other than simply adding a log.e. This is the tag, and I can say this is on create method. Okay. Now, similar to this, we have 6 different methods to implement or override. The first method is on start. Okay. Okay. Now, on start, I think it's better we can just copy and paste this one and say this is going to be on start. So you can at least understand that something, yeah, is going on as per our discussion. Then there is on resume, as I mentioned earlier, not on restart. We'll first say on resume. Sequence doesn't matter. It is for our understanding. On resume. Next, next one is on pause. Then we can say on pause. Then there is on stop. I can say this is going to be on stop. There is on destroy. This is going to be on destroy. And last is the on restart. Sorry, on restart. That's it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. On create is the 7th one. I'm going to copy these methods from red activity to blue activity so that we can see which activity is doing what. And one thing I need to put is the on create method right here inside, on create log right inside this one. Okay, now we can say that things are properly aligned. So we are having those 7 different methods, and I've overridden those 7 methods right inside the blue and the red activity. Watch what happens. Okay, I'm going to run this application now and see what happens. Going to open the logcat, and we'll pay a little bit close attention. I'm going to change this to error so we can see only the things there. Do you see that when I launched my red activity, it first has gone to on create means created stage, then on start means started stage, and then on resume means it went into the resumed state. Right now it is in the resumed state. Are you all aligned, guys? Okay, so when I go back, probably you can see that this is exactly what's going to happen, like what we have discussed. On pause, on stop, and on destroy, which means it went into paused mode, then a stopped mode or stopped stage, and then a destroyed stage. That means now activity got destroyed. Okay, let's cancel this out. Let's run this application again and see what happens. Okay, the activity started again, and when I say activity started, the activity is kind of visible on the screen. You can see that first it has gone through, it has gone to the created state, then started state, and then resumed the state. Now see what happens here when I click on that blue button. Before I click on that blue button, you guys tell me what state the blue activity will be, or what are the different stages blue activity will go through. I'm talking about the blue activity, not the red. First created, then started, and then resumed. Absolutely right. What about the read activity? Which different stages the read activity will go through? Paused and then stopped. Will it get destroyed? A big question. No, it won't, because there will be blue activity on top of red. That means the red activity has to stay in the memory, so that when the blue activity will go away, you will see the red activity behind it. So the red activity will not go in the destroyed stage. Okay, watch what happens. I'm going to click on that blue button, and you see that the blue activity has gone to the created stage, blue activity has gone to the started stage, blue activity has gone to the resumed state, but the red activity has gone to the paused state, and then again red activity has gone to the stopped stage. You see, destroyed stage, you cannot see any kind of callback, or you cannot see the destroyed stage is there. It's just because the red activity has to stay in the memory. Okay, so that is how it is going to do the job. Now I'm going to press the back button. I see the blue activity which is on top of red activity here. So now you tell me, like, what can be done here, or rather what different methods or what different callback, what different stages that blue activity will go and red activity will go through. Blue activity will directly get destroyed, Malika? No, right? The blue activity will go to the paused, stopped, and destroyed. Yes, Vishal, that's right. Sneha, that's right. And Marika, yes, you have to add the paused and stopped first and then destroyed. Absolutely. What about the red activity? What about the red activity? Something generally people forget to say: restart. First, it will go to the restarted stage, then started, and then resumed. Yes, you and yes, guys, right? You're absolutely right. When I go to the back button, I'm sorry. When I go to the back button, you see that I pressed twice by accident. So I'm going to go back to the blue. The blue here. Now I'm going to go to the back, and you see that the blue activity is going into paused. Then the red activity is going to the restart. Red activity is going to start and resume, and blue activity is going to the paused and is going to the destroy stage. Yeah, you see that it already has gone to rather the blue activity has already got destroyed there. So this is something called as a life cycle of your activity, and probably using the life cycle methods you can fix the problem. Now I'm asking you to do something. Go back to the yesterday's application. Do you have it handy? Can you open the yesterday's application? The one which was having a fragment and the one which was having the view pager. If you already have done it, well and good. If not, those who have done it, just open that application, because I'm going to do that now. So it's not here. I think it's there in your directory. Where is it? Should be somewhere. DMC, right? Android. Then the notes. No, sorry. Code February 10. And was it the first application? I guess so. Okay, so this is my application here. Let me first run the application here, and let's go back and fix this problem. It's very simple to fix it. Hopefully you will see what needs to be done here. So this is where I see the expense, and this is where I see income. Very good, right? Now I'm going to go back and add one expense entry. Say amount is 500, and maybe I went to the groceries and I purchased a groceries for 500 rupees. Okay, that was let's say yesterday. I don't know. Maybe I'm going to go back here and say save, and you see that the expense is not showing me the entry here. Actually, expense should have shown that entry. The current fix is you will have to ask user, hey, when you are adding the expense or any income entry, you have to restart your application like this. And then when you restart the application again, then you will be able to see the next entry here. You see that the next entry is now visible after restarting the application. Tell me one thing: if you are a user, you are not developer, if you are a user, will you accept these kind of these kind of hacks? Like whenever you're adding an entry, you'll have to restart the application to see that. Of course not. User will get frustrated, isn't it? You should have asked that question then. How do you fix this? Because this is so pathetic. I don't want to use this application any time, because if the application is asking me to restart the application every time I add an entry, it makes no sense, right? So how do you fix this problem? Before I talk about how to fix the problem, let us see why the problem is. Now, if you can understand this activity life cycle, I'm going to go back to expense fragment. So if I go back to the fragment, because these methods are there in the fragment as well. So I'm going to go back to the fragment or express fragment. Now you see that when we are calling that method, it goes to the on create, then it goes to the on create view, and then it goes to the on view created. And this method in fragment is also getting called only once. So created methods will get called only once. It can be on create view, on create, or on view created. Whenever you see create, that method will be called only once. And if the method is going to get called only once, see, you are loading the expenses only once, and that is the problem. So if you call that method in on create or on on create alone, then it is going to get called only once, which makes no sense, because I know that the activities may go from here to there, or activity may get switched. So it doesn't make any sense to call that method in on view created. It's better we can call that on resume method, because I know that on resume is nothing but it will get called multiple times. We saw that right here, right? So the on resume can get called multiple times. So it's better we can just call that method or load expenses inside on resume. The only change here is when you are doing it, because you may go from multiple times, it makes sense. Or maybe I'll do it first and then we'll show you an issue. When we are doing it, it makes sense to go back and call notify data set changed, because now we have to refresh the list view. It's not like we are doing it for the first time. It's like we have to refresh the list view. I'm adding this change in the expense fragment. Will you run that application now? Okay, so let us see what happens now. So there are three expense entries. Now I'm going to go back and add one more. Let's say 100 rupees for what? Maybe what did I do? Maybe again expense for let's say haircut. Okay, and if I say save, you see that the haircut is going to show here, but you see the problem. The problem here is this, I mean, those entries are getting shown twice. I hope you can understand. This method is getting called multiple times, means you are just pushing the data or adding the data into the existing transactions. Isn't it required to go back and first clear it? And that's another change that you have to add. So first clear the older entries and then get the new entries here. And I don't know whether you can see this, but see, there are 4 entries now. Okay, someone is saying breakfast, no problem. I'm going to go back here and let's go for, let's say 150 rupees, whatever it is, for breakfast, or for maybe hotel, whatever it is, breakfast. Oops, breakfast. Okay, now I'm going to go save and see the breakfast entry is available here. Did you notice that last time we needed to restart the application? Now we don't have to. And that's a benefit of knowing the activity lifecycle. Okay, now I fixed it for expense. Will you fix that for income? I'll wait for you. Do it on your machine and tell me whether when you are done, or whether you are done or when you are done, or maybe don't do it right now. I know it's the machine, it will cause unnecessary issue. So it's better I can show you that here in the income fragment. Change number 1, the method you called here in the view created, delete that or remove that from here and put that in on resume. That's the first change. Second change, go to the load expenses, make sure that you are emptying that transaction or clearing out that transaction and calling the adapter.notify dataset change the method. Okay, and then if you run the application, you see both expense and income will be dynamically showing those entries or automatically showing the next entries. There are 2 entries right now. Say maybe there is one more project I finished. Let's say on 6th of February, and I got an amount of say 60,000, for example. So I'll say finished. Let's say another project. Who cares? I'm going to say save, and you see that I get the new entry immediately. I don't need to restart the application. That is the benefit of using the activity lifecycle, and that's a reason why we have discussed that right now. I mean, I know it's in between and without having any context, but now you can understand the context, like why were we discussing it here. You are there, I hope, and you are getting it, I hope. Exactly. That's good. So if you know this part, probably you can use this knowledge to make your application maybe reload automatically or dynamically. It's not like you have to restart the application like what what we were doing yesterday. I mean, I was so surprised. You should have talked to me. You should have asked this question like, this was the problem you faced yesterday, and you were looking for a solution. Actually, I was thinking about that, but no one asked the question. So, anyways, whenever you find something, just let me know so we can fix it. Anyway, so things are hopefully looking good. Now we'll go back and try looking at the next point. And when I say next point, I'll give you a quick demo of these two, something like a content provider and something like a service, and of course the last one as well, the broadcast receiver as well. So we'll see a small demos of content provider, service, and broadcast receiver quickly. Okay, something like you don't have to use very often, but you should know that, because if something is needed, you should know how to use the content provider, how to create a content provider on your own, and stuff like that. Okay. Okay, what do you think? Do we think like we need to get a break, or should we continue? There is no response, but it's okay. Better to take a break in between so we can change the context after the break. We can come back to those three examples, maybe content provider, service, and broadcast receiver, and then we'll see what can be done. Again, as usual, 20 minutes timer, come back on time, and then we'll discuss the next point. Okay, sure. You there, guys? Okay, fine. Okay. Okay, so let's continue further. We said that we are going to see a demo of all of them, like service, content provider, and broadcast receiver. Okay. First, let's look at the content provider. We are in the context of it, so let's finish it quickly. Because anyways, what we are saying here is like content provider is a wrapper on top of database. So let's understand very quickly what is the meaning of it and where it is used. Okay, let's go for the next one here. And let us understand what is a content provider. Okay, so this is content provider. So what is a content provider? A content provider is something which is said to be a wrapper over a database. Check this out. This is called as a wrapper over a database or wrapper over SQLite, you can say. Database is nothing but SQLite. So wrapper over SQLite or wrapper over a database. Precisely, it is SQLite. Now, when you are talking about wrapper over database, what's the use of it? I mean, why do we need to use it? Maybe I mentioned that earlier. It is used to share data with other applications. So that's the main use of content provider. So how does content provider look like? If you want to see that content provider, this is how the content provider will look like. Maybe I'll show you an example of it. Should I? Or maybe I'll just show it small here, and then we'll see what is an architecture and how we can use it in the real world. This is SQLite database. You can create mydb.sqlite, for example, and on top of that, you can add something called as a content provider. This is nothing but a content provider. So content provider is the one with which we are going to share the data with other applications. That's what we are saying. But how do you use it? So let us see an example of it. A little bit, you can say little bit lengthy again, as usual. But if you understand that, it's very simple to implement. So let us see an example of it. Now to see an example, first let me show you an architecture of it, like how and what we are going to implement here, what's an advantage of it, and then we'll start implementing it one by one. Imagine that we are having an application here. Now I'm talking about two applications and not two activities. So this is an application. Maybe I can just go below. This is an application, a completely different application. Maybe I'll just start with this and then we'll see how big we need it. And within that, there is an activity. Okay. So when we have an application, we have an activity. Within the application, we have created a database. We know that the database is going to be something like mydb.sqlite or whatever it is, name of your database. So I have a database here, mydb.sqlite, and my activity is using it. That's fine. So I'm in the same application, so I'm having an access to the database here because, you know, I'm having, where should I do it? Maybe I'll do it here. Because we have created, for example, something called as a DB helper. So wherever you are having a DB helper, you can use or you can have an access to the database there. So DB helper is the one which is responsible for creating the database. This is what we discussed yesterday. So this is the database and we are having a DB helper, and the DB helper is making us or maybe giving us the access to the database. Okay, this is an activity here, could be main activity or anything. So this is an activity. So the activity is performing all the operations inside the database. Naturally, the database is having all the tables and stuff like that. Not interested in that right now. Now, imagine that there is an application here. Now, this is a totally different application, guys. This is not something like another activity of the same application. This is a completely different application. And within this application, we are having an activity here. This is activity of another application, totally different application. Within this application, we want to get the data. Maybe I can say get the data, set the data, and so on and so forth. We want to get this data here. This is how we want to get it. So how do we do that? This is the question that we are asking. And to do this, we are going to provide the content providers implementation here. To do this, this application, which wants to share the data with another application, has to create a database, has to create a content provider. Let's say the application name is, or application package name is something like com.example.app1, meaning the database will be created inside /data/com.example.app1/databases, and the name will be mysqlite.database. So this is an application package for this, and this is an application package for the another application. So this is going to be com.example.app2. So I want to access that database into another application, and that is a requirement. So how do we do that? To do this, we are going to use a new component here. This is the new component, a totally new component. We haven't seen that yet before. So this is the totally new component we are going to add. This totally new component that we are going to add is nothing but the content provider. One sec, I need some more space in between. Or first, let me see what are different methods that we need here, and then we'll add the border there. So the very first method that will be provided by your content provider is nothing but on create. More or less all the components in Android provide this method on create. Then there is something like there is nothing but the insert. Then there is nothing but the update. Then there is nothing but the delete. What am I missing? Query, and so on and so forth. So these are the methods at least I need to provide in my content provider in order to share the data with the other applications. Guys, do not miss the architecture here. Even if you don't understand the code right now, that's fine. Looking at the video, you can understand that, but don't miss the architecture here for content provider. This is going to be, say, my content provider. Okay. So when I say this is the my content provider, the my content provider will have an access to something like my DB helper here, or precisely speaking, maybe I'm gonna go back here and should I I should rather just a sec. Let me pull it down for a specific reason, and you know that it's not like we are going to use the database helper directly. We need another class. We use something like SQLite database. There's no space here, just a sec. Okay, again, this is how we are drawing the diagram so that you can understand like what is going on and what are the different steps that we are going to take here. So this is the database, SQLite database. This is the class that we use in order to perform all of these methods. And SQLite database is something which will be given by the database helper here. So what happens here is my content provider is going to use the SQLite database behind the scene and will call all the methods there. So let's say this is an insert method, which will be kind of calling my SQLite database's insert method. The update method here is calling the SQLite database's update method. This is going to call delete method of SQLite database, and this is going to call the query method of SQLite database. This is the job of my content provider. Now you might ask like what is going on, because you unnecessarily are doing the job twice. I mean, if the if that SQLite database already has provided those methods, what's the point of adding a content provider here then? So that is what I'm trying to explain here. Understand this then. Let me just say that this is my application 1. See, this is the boundary of application 1. Understand that, because I'm going to use one more component in between the application 1 and application 2. This is going to be my application 1. I'm going to call it as app 1. And I'm going to call this as app 2. Two totally different applications, okay? But still, there'll be a button here. There'll be a button here. There'll be a button here. This is an activity which is using the SQLite database, and probably it is dealing with the database helper and then database directly. So we are in the same application, so we can do it easily because we are in the same application. But when we are in a different application, this cannot be possible for me to access the database directly, and that's where the use of content provider arrives. So I'm in a different application altogether and I want to access this database here. So how do I do that? This direct access is not possible. So to do this, we are going to call another class called as content resolver. This is called as a content resolver. Now what is a content resolver? This is the systems class. You see that I'm not adding that inside application 1 or application 2 because that's a systems class. This system class provides similar methods again. So there is an insert method here, there is an update method here, there is a query method here, and there is a what am I looking for? What's the last one? Insert, update, query, and delete method here. Okay, so there is one more get item type, but it's okay, we'll talk about that later. So this is the content resolver, which is the systems class. So what happens here is when your application, let's say application 2 wants to share the data with the first one, the application 2 uses this content resolver. So it uses the content resolver and it calls the specific method on it. So let's say this is the content resolver and we are calling, let's say query on it, or maybe let's say something like update on it or insert on it. So what happens here is the content resolver automatically will find the content provider. So this is the beauty of it. It finds the content provider behind the scene with respect to something. I'll talk about that in a second. So it calls it finds the proper content provider and it calls the same method on top of it. So if I say that I'm calling a query method on content resolver, it calls the query method on the content provider, which calls the query method on SQL database. And if you really want to see that here, the whole big picture, don't need to do that in that details because you already have seen it. But still, don't want to take that risk. So it's better, you should put that every single thing properly aligned here, you see. So you know that this is the kind of SQL database, and we already have talked about that. The SQL database has all the different methods there. This is the third time I'm writing all those methods, insert, update, delete, and the query. Again, the SQL database will be given by the database helper there. So maybe the relationship between these two, you know that. This is something which is given by the SQL database helper. Okay. So what happens here is when you are calling the content providers, content resolver's query, it internally calls the content provider's query, which internally calls the SQL database's query, which will insert the data, or which will query the data, or which will update the data, or which will delete the data to and from the database here. This is the whole picture. I know it's a little bit confusing at the moment, like what is going on? Why are you writing these methods again and again? But when we look at the actual application, I hope everything will be clear. So right now, you see that there's only one problem, or there's only one thing, that how that content provider, the one which is sitting here, will find out where is the content provider. So this is the content resolver. How is it going to find that content provider? That's the only question. That will be done by assigning a kind of authority to this content provider. Just a sec. So there is an authority needed to register this content provider uniquely. So maybe I can say this is kind of an authority. Now, what is an authority here? The authority is uniquely identifying criteria for that content provider. Let's say this is going to be com.example-app1. This is a unique criteria. You can have anything, but you know that the application package name is always unique throughout the Play Store. So we generally use the application name as an authority for that content provider. So what happens here is you are going to register that content provider within your application. And whenever the content resolver looks for it, the application provides a content provider's object by creating an object of that class. The class is my content provider here. So this is an overall picture. Now, let me show you the implementation, or let me show you the different stages here, or different sequence here. The sequence here is this. First, the database will be created by using something like a DB helper. Precisely, this is the DB helper, which is going to be the first step, which is going to create the database behind the scene. Now, this is the SQLite database, which will come into picture. This is the third part here, and it will stay there. Nothing is going to happen. Now let's imagine that you are in the second application. This is where you can say the fourth step is user is going to press one of the methods there, or one of the buttons there, which will call the content resolver here. That's a fifth step, which will provide an interface so that you can call the method like query, which will automatically identify the content provider, and will call the method there. This is the query method on content provider, which will call the method query on the SQLite database. And these methods will literally put the data into one of the databases, one of the tables there. So this is what is going to happen. So this is the actual the picture here. I know we are just going from one to another couple of times, but this is how it is. In a sense, when we are talking about the content provider, it literally wraps your database so that the other application will not need to know anything about your application. Your application's code, or your application's, you can say the application's database, will be completely hidden from the second application there. So this is a complete clear picture, or maybe the complete picture, not clear, but the complete picture of content provider. Now we'll do one thing. We'll keep that in front of us, and then we'll start implementing it. I know implementation is simpler. So looking at the implementation, you will get the whole idea. Right now, there are a few bits and pieces missing here, because I can't show every single thing here. The remaining small details, I'll show that later in the application there. So I think it's better we can create two applications, application 1 and application 2, and those two applications will be kind of talking to each other, or will be sharing the data with each other. So let us see how to implement that. This is an application 1 here. Okay, so how do we do that? To do this, we are going to go back and create two different applications. I'm going to call one as application 2, and another one is application 3, for example. Or we'll call one as contacts, and another one is a WhatsApp. So it'll be easy for us to identify how the WhatsApp application can share the data with the contacts application. So let's do it in this way. Okay, I'm going to make it a little bit simple here. So let us see. This is the one. I'm going to start with a new application here. I'll first create a contacts application. Okay, so the one on the left side is nothing but my contacts application. Just a sec. I'll make the things clear so it will be easy for you to understand what is this and what is this. Say this is going to be a contacts application. This is going to be the WhatsApp's application. WhatsApp, whatever. Okay, so let's say this is the contacts application, com.examples.contacts. Okay, so let's start with this application here. First, we need to implement the database support. So no matter what happens, whether you want to use content provider or not, still we have to just go back and try to create the application, or try to create the database there, and see how we are going to do it here. I mean, how we are going to start creating the database and stuff like that, because you see that we need a database, we need a DB helper, and we need every single thing, irrespective of whether you are using the content provider or not. So let's start doing it. Before I start writing even a first line of code, am I going to get any kind of confirmation whether you are there? Are you there, guys? Be there with me. Okay, so see how it is possible and how we are going to do it. Okay, so here we are. I'm going to create a new package like what we did yesterday. One of them is going to be the activity. Okay, the activity we need one more. I'm going to create a package called as content provider. This is just a package, huh? Or maybe I can call it as a provider better. And we need a database in a sense, so we are going to create a new database package. It will be easy for me to put the classes in the respective packages so I can manage them easily. Okay, and what do I need? I didn't, okay, I don't think anything here. So probably I'm going to move this activity inside that activity package. So let's move it here. I know there is a bug, so I'm going to open this application again and I'll see the main activity going inside the activity package. Imagine in the main activity here, I need 4 buttons. I'm going to make it very simple, so it doesn't matter what is there here. So this is going to be a linear layout. Pay attention, guys. This is going to be orientation vertical, and I need, let's say, 2 buttons here. One is a query and the other one is something like insert. So to do this, I'm going to go back here and say there is a button. I'm going to call it as query button, and one will be an insert button. I think it's better we can go with the relative layout better. Match parent wrap content. And there'll be 2 buttons needed. One of them is going to be, let's say, insert. So I'm going to call it as an insert. Okay. And the other one is going to be the query. Query being getting the data from the database. We'll move it to the parents right, as I'm sorry, moving to the parents right. That is how we are going to do it. And that's it. Okay. Now I'm going to get the input from user. This is where we are going to, just put the data into database. This is where I need a padding 16 dp. Okay. And I need a data from database, isn't it? So I think we need to edit text. I'm not going to go with too many details, just going to add only 2 things: name and phone number. That's it. Hint, name here, id, edit, name. Okay, that's the first one, and that's the second one. Okay, that's a phone number. So I'll just use this for phone number here. That's it. So there is an insert and there is a query. Now, when I say query, I need to see all the details in one list view. So list is a simpler one. That's the reason I'm using it. Don't want to waste too much time here. So just want to see like a simple example of it. This is the list view. Just to say that we are in the first application, I'm going to go back and say the background color is going to be a little bit different. Let me just use zip. Oops. And let's grab one of the colors there. This one, who cares? Okay, so this is a first activity, or this is the first application, not first activity precisely, but it's the first application that represents my first application. That's a contacts application, you can say. Okay, so let's write the code for that. I need a 2 buttons handlers. So I'm going to say on click, on insert. I need on query as well. Okay, so coming back here and saying like this is going to be the public void on query. This is going to be view v. Okay, and we need one more on insert. Okay, behind, I mean, other than that, we need something like, I'm sorry. Oops. So we need something like edit text, edit name, and edit phone. Okay, so here we are as usual. Edit name is equals to find view by ID, r dot id dot edit name, right? And the same thing again. So it's going to be edit phone, which is equals to edit phone. We know this. Now here we want to insert the data into database, right? So how do I do that? To do this, I'm going to create a DB helper, because without DB helper, we will not be able to create any database. So this is going to be the DB helper, something we created yesterday, which is going to be a extended class, or maybe you can say it is kind of a subclass of SQLite Open Helper, which is going to provide those on create and on upgrade methods, and will have a constructor there. This constructor will get only context. Remaining part we can delete it, and we can hard code this here. So what is this? My db.sqlite. What is this? This is going to be null. And what is the version? Let's say it is 1. Okay. Now inside on create database, we have to initialize the schema. Initializing schema will be done like this. db.execSQL, create table, let's say contacts. Okay, we'll create different columns here, which is going to be integer. So ID, integer, primary key, and auto underscore increment. Okay, so that is it. That's how we are going to create a table. I'm sorry, this is auto increment as a one single word in SQLite, and auto underscore increment in MySQL. Okay, so that's ID, that's the name I'm going to say, which is going to be a text, and the phone number, which is again going to be a text. Okay, so here we are getting a contacts table, and I think that is it. There is nothing other than that we need. I think it's better we can just say contact. So all of these records are of type contact. So that's how we are going to do it. Okay, so now we are having a DB helper. I'm going to go back and write this code. So coming back here, see, I'm going to get the name by using the edit name dot get text dot toString, and string phone number is going to be string phone dot get text dot toString. Okay, now I think today it's better we can add some kind of validation here. So I'm going to say if name dot length is equals to 0, meaning user has not added any name. I'm going to use a toast here. Hopefully you know what toast is. We already have talked about that earlier. So toast, I'm going to say, hey, first enter name, enter contact name. Okay. Similarly, I'm going to go back here and say else if what's in the other one? That's a phone number. So enter contact phone number. That's it. And if both of them are there, so we are making it compulsory for user to enter name and contact. And if both are there, then we can simply go and insert the data into database. How do you do that? You do that by creating an object of helper. So db helper is equals to new db helper. We need the context, which is this. We know that. Then we need, then we need the SQLite database, right? SQLite database db is equals to helper dot get writable database, because we want to insert the data. And then before I forget, I'm going to say db dot close. Okay, that's pretty simple. That's what we already have done yesterday. So we need something called as the content values. Values equals to new content values. Again, we have to put all the columns and the values accordingly. That's the name and the phone number, I guess. Okay, so now we are having the phone number and name inside the content value. I'm going to go back here and say db.insert, insert into contacts table or contact table. I'm not sure. Let's see what is the name of that table that we have decided last time. It's a contact. Okay, so contact here is a table name. Null column value hack is null all the time, and the values we already have created an object for it, and it's right there. That's it. So this is the way we are kind of going to insert the data into database. That's it. Okay, so imagine that the database already has got the table already has got the data into it. Now I want to get the data from the database, from that table precisely, and want to show that inside the list view. You know how to deal with the list view. Before I deal with the list view, I need a a model class. Model class is the class which is going to be created, or the objects will be created and will be kept in the array list. So I'm going to call this as a model, and inside my model I'm going to create a new class called as contact. This is the contact class, which is going to have those three fields there. So private, integer, ID, private string name, sorry, name, and a private string phone number. That's it. We need a contact constructor. We need a contact get us and set us. That is it. So we are having a contact now. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back to the query. We'll get all the contacts and we'll try to show them in the list view. How do you do that? To do this, I'm going to need a list view. List view. We need an array list of contacts. You know this. We already have discussed all of these things earlier, and we already have developed the application, which is going to look like this. Contacts is equals to new contact. Now I'm going to call that or I'm going to press that button on query multiple times. So it's better for me to, delete the contacts first, existing contacts, and then do it. I need a constructor without having any field. So new array list of this one. So it's better we can have both the constructors there. Okay, so here we are going to create a contacts. Sorry, we are going to create an adapter. Sorry, I didn't create that. No big deal. I'm going to say array adapter. We already have done that, of contact, which is going to be an adapter. We can say adapter is equals to new array adapter. We are going to use a contact here. This is the context. I'm going to ask Android to provide me the XML file android.r.layout.simple list item 1, comma. This is the contacts array. Okay, so we are having an adapter. Let's go back here and say list view, which is equals to find view by ID r.id.list view, and say list view dot set adapter. That's it. Now let's go back to the query and say how do I get the data from the database. Probably we already have done this earlier quite a few times. First I'm going to say contacts.clear. So last time we saw that bug, not bug, but saw that issue, and we already resolved by clearing the data source when we are getting the data from the database. So this is where we are saying contacts.clear. Next, we want to get the data from database, which means we need db helper is equals to new db helper with the context of this. Okay, we need SQLite database db, which is equals to helper.get. We are going to get the data, so writable is more than sufficient. Before I do anything or before I forget, let's say db.close. Okay, now we want to execute the query method and get the cursor. So this is the cursor. Cursor is equals to, sorry, db.query. What is the table name? Contact. How many columns? All columns. Null. Again, I don't have any selection. I do not have any kind of selection arguments. Don't have any group by. Don't have any having clause, and do not have any sort by query. So hopefully we are having the cursor here. As usual, the standard code we already have written a couple of times is after last. That means there is some data inside it. Cursor dot move to first, meaning we will start from the first, and then we will write a while loop till we go to the is after last. Then don't forget to say cursor dot move to next, otherwise it will go into in the infinite loop. So now we are going to get the data from user data from the database by saying integer id is equals to cursor dot get id 0. We know that on the 0th position this is going to be an id. The next one is the name, the cursor dot get string, that's going to be 1. Okay, and the string phone number, which is going to be the cursor dot get string 2. Okay, so we are having we are having the data id, name, and phone number. Now I'm going to create a contact. Contact is equals to new contact. We need an id, name, and a phone number. So we got the contact. Now we'll simply go back here and say contacts dot add contact. Okay, so here we are. This is how we are going to get the data from database. Don't forget to close the cursor right here. say cursor dot close, and don't forget to say adapter dot notify dataset change. Nothing is new to you. We already have discussed all of these points earlier. I hope you recall. Anyways, I'm going to run the code here and see whether it is really working. Name here, say contact one. The phone number is +91 blah blah blah. I don't care. Let's say insert. And if I say query, I'll see the data here. Oh my god. You see the problem here? The problem here is it is showing the default toString method. Hopefully we know that's the only thing which I missed. So I'm going to go back here and provide toString implementation of it. So it will be easy for me to see what is going on. I think ID is not needed, so we can delete that ID from here. We can directly use name and phone number. That's more than sufficient. Okay, so if I click on query, you see it's going to show me the contact for name and phone number. Why the hell this is not needed? Okay, so if I say query, I see the contact one and the phone number here. So that is really working fine, I guess. Okay, so here we are, and probably we are getting what we are looking for. Okay, so now I'll go back and try to insert one more and see whether it is really going to do the job. So it's a contact two, that's again +1 +91 blah 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 blah. I'll say insert and say query, and I'll see both the records here. Exactly, so this is what I was expecting, and yeah, it's working fine. Now, for example, I want to get the data, or I want to share the data with other application. You see, out of this contacts application, we are kind of done with the activity. We are kind of done with the DB helper, SQLite database, and things are really working here without having any content provider here. So if the things are working like right now, what's the need of having a content provider there? I mean, those are things are really working fine, but unfortunately, I cannot share the data which is there inside this database with the other application. Why? Because Android certainly prohibits accessing another application's data without letting the application know. So that's not possible. Even if you are doing it, the application is going to crash, or maybe the operating system will not even allow you to use that application's database there because of no permission for that database file in the database file which is created in that application named mydb.sqlite. So we need to find out a solution then. How do we need to find out a solution? If you want to find out a solution, the only solution here to share the data amongst multiple applications there is going to be the content provider. So now we are going to come back here and we'll create a content providers class. Now, how do we create a content provider? Again, choice is yours. How do you want to do it? I'm going to do it in this way. So I already have created a package called as provider, and I'll put it here. If you want, you can put it outside of the package without creating a package as well. So right now, I'm going to start creating a new class. This is going to be something like my content provider. This my content provider will get extended from a content provider. Content, maybe here android.content is a package name, and from there we are using the content provider. Now content provider is a abstract class, and if it is an abstract class, there are almost like 6 different methods that we have to override. Good thing is we are in Android Studio. So coming back here, Alt Enter, and you can see an option to implement all the methods. So there are at least 6 different methods that we have to override, starting with onCreate, which I mentioned earlier. There is a query. Okay, there is a get type, which is something I did not write there, but there is another one, something called as a get type. Insert, delete, and update. So database related 4 methods are already there. It's insert, query, update, and delete. And with them, there are 2 more methods added: on create and get type. On create, it will be called only once when the object of this class is getting constructed, and get type is used for checking what type of record the this component can return. Okay, so now we are having this content provider, You might wonder like what is the use of it, because it's doing the same job what you have done earlier in your application for the other one. I mean for that yesterday's application there. So what's the use of it? Mm, think about it now. So if you can recall this diagram, you see when we are creating this my content provider or whatever is the name you have chosen there, this is going to be kind of registered with the application with a with a unique package name there, or with unique authority there. Should I okay, I should be kind of registering here with a kind of with a kind of something like authority, and I have to do it inside manifest file. So once you create that class, you have to go back to the application here, and then you can register it by saying, hey, my application has got a provider now. That provider has got a name like my content provider, and the provider has got an authority. Authority is unique identification of your application of your content provider. I know package name is unique, so I'm going to specify that this is nothing but the content provider's authority here. So probably when we are doing this job, we are going to say, hey, I want to create that provider. Sorry, I want to register that provider with authority equals to com.example1 dot something like a contacts. Now imagine that if someone wants to talk to this content provider, then it has to use that package name, or you can say an authority. So authority is something like a package name generally, because package name in Android is going to be unique throughout even the Play Store. So it makes sense to have a unique string, and this is one of the unique strings there. So we generally will use the package name as a kind of authority there. Okay. So now we have created a content provider. Of course, there is nothing inside it. It's just an empty content provider. You can see that right there. It's still an empty content provider. But now we are going to add a code inside it. Now, if you can recall this, we said that already, like whenever there is a content provider, and if someone is calling content providers, let's say query method, then this query method of content provider internally will call the SQLite databases query method. Or if someone is calling insert method on the content provider, then this query method, sorry, that insert method will be sent to or will be called from that SQLite database. So respective methods will be called from SQLite database. That's what you need to. If it is a delete there, you have to call it delete. If it is a something like insert there, you have to call it insert, and so on and so forth. Okay, so it seems like we are having that component here, but now I need to call the, I need to insert the data by calling the SQLite database function. How do we do that? Now to do this, because we are in content provider and content provider has on create method, and inside this on create, I'm going to create my database. So I will store all that information right here inside the on create. How do we do that? Check this out. I'm going to need that SQLite database here. So I'm going to go back and create SQLite database object. SQLite database object. Okay. And this SQLite database, or maybe we can say DB, better shortcut. And right here inside my on create, I'm going to write the same piece of code. DB helper is equals to new DB helper. Here we need a context. Now, if you are in activity, the context is going to be this. If you are in maybe something like a fragment, the context will be get activity. When you are in content provider, this is going to be get context. That's a method that we are supposed to use, and this context this helper will be used for setting the DB object there. So DB is equals to maybe helper dot get a writable database. That's it. This is the database. This is the DB object. Now, if someone is calling, let's say, insert method, which is right here, we are going to call insert method on the database. We are getting the content values here. So probably what we are going to do here is this db.insert. When you want to insert, the database table name, that's contact. Okay, next null column value hack is going to be null. And lastly, the data or the content value objects object is nothing but the values. Okay, so the values is nothing but the input parameter here. You see that this is an input parameter here. So when we are talking about something like an insert, this is how, so when you're talking insert of the content provider, this is how it's going to do the job here. Okay, precisely, just a sec, I'm going to go back here and what the hell, here it is. So precisely this is how we are going to do it. In fact, this query is going to call this query, this delete is going to call this delete, this update is going to call this update, and this insert is going to call this insert. So this is how one component, or maybe one, we can say the part is calling another part, as simple as that. Okay, so when you say someone is calling insert, you are going to call the insert on database. Someone is calling query, we are going to call the query here. Now query cursor has to be returned. So what am I going to say here? db.query. You know the table name. The table name is contact. Contact. Okay. Next, I hope rest all parameter, including maybe group by and other things, will be there inside this query. Okay, so what do we need to query this? We need the database, sorry, the table name, which is there. Column name, I'm specifying null because we don't want to go for, or maybe we are having it here. Projection is nothing but the list of columns. So whatever user is asking me to provide the column, we'll provide them. Do we have selection? Yes. I mean, I don't know. I'm just going to get that from the parameter here, selection arguments, and sorry, selection arguments. Okay, and there is a sort order, but we need the group by, so we do not need actually, and having, and then there is a sort order there. So this is what we are going to do. So probably when we are talking about getting the data from a user and providing the or maybe calling the DB or SQL databases method, respective method, this is how you are going to implement it. So someone calls query, you will call query on the database. So someone calls something like insert on your content provider, you are going to call that for call that on SQL database there. So you can call SQL databases method, but when someone calls your method there, that's the logic. That's the simplest logic you can implement there. So we now are kind of ready to use that content provider. So what did we do here? We assign a kind of a package name, or you can say an authority. Don't say package name, say authority, because authority is going to be the unique. Package name is also unique, and that's the reason why we generally use that package name as the maybe authority there. So it's up to you actually. You can create your own string as well, but see how we can use it now. So this is how we generally will create a content provider and we'll be ready with it. Now I'm going to use it to create an object of it. I can do it from the same application as well. Like I'm going to use that content resolver inside my activity and we'll do the job here. Okay. And actually speaking, yes, we have to do it here first, and then we'll see how we can implement that in the other application. Before that, I think I forgot to say something like exported is equals to true. Yes, export is equals to true means you can let the other applications use this content provider, and it's not restricted to only your current application there. So having a exported equals to true means we can access it outside this application. And really we want to create another application like WhatsApp, where we want to get all of these things from the database, the same database. So if you look at the big picture, the WhatsApp is going to be the separate application. Contacts is going to be the separate application. Contacts will hold the database, and WhatsApp is going to share the database with the contacts. In a sense, whenever WhatsApp needs any contact, the WhatsApp is going to go to the contacts application and will get the data from that contacts application. This is what we are kind of looking for. Now, if you are kind of implementing this interface, we already are maybe done with the first application. The first application is kind of done with inserting the data and getting the data. Okay. Now I'm going to stop this application here. Stop in a sense, I'll just pause that application here for a minute and we'll create a new application here. This is going to be my WhatsApp application. See how it can be done here. Yes, Ekansh. Content provider part not clear. Please explain again in coding part. In the content provider, we are calling the respective DB method here. So if this is the content provider, which is getting extended from content provider class, it is providing all these database related method. So if someone wants to query it, you will simply call the database query. If someone wants to call insert, then you will call database insert. If you look at this one, we are saying the same thing here. If someone is calling query, we will call databases query. Someone is called insert, we will call databases insert. Someone calls update or delete, we will call databases update or databases delete. So I can't, this is the way we are kind of getting the data, I'm sorry, getting the content provider implemented. Okay, so content provider here is now talking to the actual database with the help of SQL database, which we have received or which we have created an object of by using the DB helper object there. You okay, Akansh? Okay. So now we are kind of done with this. Let's pause for a minute and then let's go back to the other side of it. The other side is nothing but the WhatsApp. Okay, let's see how it can be done. Okay, so here we are. Excuse me. Here we are. And now we are going to create excuse me, a new application. So probably new excuse me, new project. Keep this application as it is, create a new application and name it like WhatsApp. So this is going to be my kind of a client side application. I mean, it's not client side, but it's like a client application which is going to get the data from the contacts application. So this is where we are now. WhatsApp application. WhatsApp application is going to have the same UI. I'm not going to waste too much of time onto it. I'm going to go back to my previous application and we'll copy the UI as it is. And we'll change the background color so that you can understand that this is a kind of separate application. So this color is representing that this is the older application now. So probably I may use a separate application here, separate color here. Let's use this one here. That's fine. So blue color is the WhatsApp application and green color is the other application. Oh, wait a second. I think if it is a WhatsApp application, then use this color. This is the WhatsApp color. Fortunately, we are getting it. And let's change this blue color here. Okay, so probably this is going to be the blue color is contacts application and green color is WhatsApp application. Simple to remember. UI is going to be same. There's no change here, you know. So this is going to be the UI for the same app, UI for the WhatsApp application. Now let us understand how we can get the data from user in WhatsApp application and how we can create a contact in the contacts application. You already have done that practically in the WhatsApp's real application there. I mean, where you can create a new contact by using WhatsApp and that will be visible when you open the contacts application. Same thing happens with the contacts application as well. Like when you create a new contact in the contacts application, it will make that contact visible inside the WhatsApp there. So how is it possible? It is possible because of the content provider. Okay, so it's possible because of the content provider. So how do we do this? I'll check this out. We need that same code here. Do I need to copy and paste? Yes, I do need to. I'm going to copy and paste few things here, like this one here. Okay, I think we do not have the contacts class here, so I'm going to go back and literally create that copy and paste model, you know, and inside this we will create the class contact. Yes, please. And here it is. Let's go back and override this. I'm sorry, load this, and hopefully we are done with copying this part here. Next, I need this part here in my on create. Okay, and my on query, and this thing is going to be a little bit different. Okay, this part is going to be same, but the other part is going to be different. So check this out. Okay, so now I don't need this one because we do not have any DB helper or SQLite and other things there. So now I want to get the data from user like name and phone number and want to pass it on to my existing application. Okay, so let us see how it can be done. To do this, look at the diagram. How are we getting the data? How are we executing that code? We are not directly using the content provider here. Instead, we are using the content resolver. Now, the name itself is more than sufficient for you to understand. Like, this is a content resolver, which is going to resolve the content. How does it do that? To do this, okay. So to do this, we are going to pass the information to that content resolver in terms of something called as the content URI. This is called as URI, Universal Resource Info, maybe identification or identifier. So this can be done by using, with this URI. URI is going to be something like content colon slash slash maybe com dot example. In this case, what's the name of that package? The package name is this, and this is a kind of an authority, so we have to use that authority, which is a com dot example dot example one. So com dot example dot app one. This is a kind of a content URI. This content URI will be used for communicating with that content provider. So how do we do this? That's what I'm trying to explain here. So check this out. This is the content URI. This is called as a content URI. Okay, so we'll have to create it and we'll have to pass it along with the method that we want to call. So if I want to insert the data using content provider, then we'll have to pass these parameters there. See how am I going to pass that parameters here. I want to provide the insert mechanism here. And to do this, the very first thing is we want to call that method, we want to get that object content resolver. We'll say content resolver is equals to get content resolver. The activity class already has a method called as get content resolver. Get content resolver, which is going to give you the content resolver there. Okay, now what? You are having a resolver. Now you can call the respective method like insert. Where is the URI? So URI is something that we have to create here. So maybe I can say URI is equals to URI or content URI, which is equals to URI dot parse so URI dot parse. And what do you want to pass here? So you're going to say content slash slash authority of that content provider. Now, do you remember in the last application in my manifest file, I have registered that provider with this authority. So copy this authority as it is and paste it somewhere in the content URI. So this is the content URI is content colon slash slash scheme and com.example.contacts, which is nothing but the authority of that content provider. Okay, so now we can call that resolvers in insert method by passing the first parameter as a content URI. Okay, second parameter is going to be the values, and values is something that I don't have one here. So let's create one. So content values, which is equals to the new values, new content values dot put. There are only two columns there, name, which is going to be the name, and phone number. That's it. This is the phone number. That's it. Okay, so this is the values property as values object, and we can call that method here. That's it. See what we have done here. We have sent the application. We have called that insert method on the content resolver. Okay, so the content resolver here is going to be executed or is going to find the content provider by looking at the content URI. Content colon slash slash is the constant scheme, and com.example.1 is nothing but the providers, content providers authority, so that is an authority there. So once we know the authority, we can create a content URI, and this content URI will be used to find the right content provider there. That is it, guys. It will be doing its job. Really, let's check this out. I'm going to go back and say run, but before I run this application, I'm going to run that blue application first. Blue is going to be my first application. And if I say query, you see we are having those two contacts we created earlier. Okay, now this is the contacts application. Now I'm going to go back and run the WhatsApp application. Look at on top. See, this is going to be the color and this is going to be the name, which will be different. So this is a WhatsApp application, and there is, this is a different color here. How do I check the changes? Okay, let's create a new contact then. As simple as that. So you are going to say contact 3, phone number plus 91 blah 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 blah, like this, and I'm going to say insert. Oh, it seems like my application has crashed, I guess. Just a sec, let me check that application's log. Something is not good, right? Something has crashed. Really. Let's say query first. Right, it is not inserting anything. So let us see what exactly has gone bad here. I'm going to see all of my error methods here. So something is not good. What has happened here? In unknown URL content://com.example.contacts. Are you kidding me? So get this one here and say URL. That's correct. Content:// and blah blah blah. Okay, let's run this application again. The older application. Okay, so we have the provider, we have the content, blah blah blah, content com.example.contacts. So hopefully that is correct, right? So this is going to be the correct one. There is no problem as such. Let's see why and where it is crashing. Okay, so this is the content resolver URL URI.parse. That's correct. Content:// this is the authority, and that's absolutely right. Let's check this here. Plus 1 2 3 4, whatever it is, say insert. Something is not good. So main activity on insert resolver. Why? Has they changed anything? Has it been changed? No, I don't think so. URI.parse content://. That's correct. Okay, let's see what has been changed. That's a newer SDK. So let's see, content provider, something like an authority, or maybe you can say content URI. This is the content provider. Okay, let's see if we can find it quickly. Authority, yeah, that's correct. So content:// that's users authority here, and that's right. That's okay. That's okay. No, that is perfectly fine. There is no problem here as such. Okay, let's do one thing. Let us go back to the previous application and see if we can do the same thing in the same application. If the same application is working, hopefully this application will also work. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put this commented for some time, this code for commented for some time. And instead of that, we will write the same piece of code that we have written earlier in the second application. Let us see if the same application at least works here. Okay, so this is going to be the com.example.contact. So this is the same application we are using now, and we'll see whether it is working. Yeah, it works, I guess. So probably if I say query, yeah, it works. So it works in the same application here. Am I not exporting it? Check this here. exported is equals to true, right? This is also exported, and that is also right. Am I saying enable? It's by default enabled true, so there is no question of asking this again. It's working in the same application, by the way. So if we are inserting, this time we are inserting the data with the content resolver, so it is working actually, but need to find like why it is not working in the other application. So this is insert, this is query. You see the data is getting inserted without having any problem, and this is through the content resolver. So you see that we are using the main content resolver here. The content resolver has content colon slash slash com.example.s context here, and it is doing the job. This is exactly what we were expecting. Now let's see whether the second application works again. It should work, but something is not good, I guess. No, it says like there is no content provider. It's not finding it. Unknown URL content colon slash slash something something something. Is it because of that example? I guess that's the reason why it might not be working. They are having few hard and fast rules these days, so probably it's better. Maybe I can go back to the go back to the manifest, and we'll change this one to, let's say, contact com dot, let's say, my app dot contacts. Better, and check this if it is working. So hopefully this is updated. That's good. If I say query, things are still working. Now query is going to work without having any problem, I know for sure, but now we'll have to change this here. This is going to be com.myapps.contacts, com.myapps.contacts. So let's see. It is working in the same application though. So I'm going to go back here and say test2 and a phone number here. And if I say insert, no, something is going bad. We'll have to see this, why it is not working from the other application. It should work. It says the unknown URL. That means it's not able to find the URL there. Something has gone wrong. Let me just go quickly. If it is not possible, we'll leave it. We already have seen that working in the same application though. Just wanted to see that how it is going to be shared amongst the other application, but it seems like something has changed. That's okay. That's fine. And that's also fine. So there is nothing here as such. Android manifest. Okay, it's not there, I guess. Leave it. Provider and provider. Has it been changed anything? Authorities fine, enable fine, contacts. Do you have anything here? Process, editor, synchronize, writable, persistent. No, there is nothing changed as such, but still it's not working. Why the hell it is not working? We'll have to check that. Okay, so it's working in the first application. That's what we can see right now. Second application, we'll have to figure it out. I'll check this why it is not working. It should have worked, but anyways, look at this one. We are not using the database helper anymore. I'm going to delete that. Rather, this application, the first application itself, is using the content provider here. There is no change as such. I mean, this is the same thing which I mentioned earlier. Now, instead of using the second application, we are giving a call to that content resolver from the same application. So this activity is using the content resolver and calling the insert method, which is calling the insert method on the content provider, which is calling the insert method on the DB helper. So that is how it is doing the job. Probably I'm going to go back and try to do this here. I don't think so. Exported false means you are not going to use it for others. I think it is strictly needed actually. You can't say this to false. Exported means you want to make it available for others. True means exported is available for other applications. Any application can use the provider's content URI to access it. False means it's not available for other applications. Set false to limit the access to your application. So Suyog, I think this is not the way actually. We should be having it exported equals to true. Okay, so it's mandatory. Okay, Because this was introduced separate all devices. If you said it's you said okay, so that's correct. So there is no problem here as such. Maybe something related to permissions we'll have to check. Anyway, so let's look at this one here. I'm going to delete this one, and we will send the other one as well as a kind of a content resolvers query. Check this out. How do I send the data, or how do I use that content provider by using the content resolver? So you are going to say content resolver, see, resolver, which is equals to get content resolver. We will call the method query on the content resolver itself, you see. So we are going to say not that one now. We are going to say resolver dot query. We need the URI. So how do I get the URI? We are going to say URI. We are going to say URI dot, I'm sorry, URI. Let's say URI, which is equals to URI dot parse, and then we can use the same URI again. Content colon slash slash. What is the name of, or what is an authority of it? The authority, you can find it where you have registered it in Android manifest.xml somewhere here. com.myapp.contacts. Okay, so com.myapp.contacts. That's it. This is the URI. So almost every single method on query resolver, content resolver, will start with the URI. URI. I want to pass the projection. Projection is going to be the list of columns. So I'm going to say new string, maybe an array, which is going to be something like ID. This is what I need. Second, I need the name. And third, I need the phone number. That's a name of my columns, which I want to retrieve from my database. Okay. Do we have any selection? Nope. Do we have any selection arguments? Nope. Do we have any sort order? Nope. Nothing. Rest of the code is going to remain same. See, we are not using DB helper. We are rather using the content provider here. Check this if it is working. When I say query, it works. You see, it's simply going back to the application and simply getting the data. It is sending, the application is sending sending that data to the content resolver by calling the query method. When you call the content resolver's query method, it will find the respective content provider by using the authority here. This is an authority which we have registered inside our application. So using the authority, it will find the correct content provider and will find, or will call the query method on top of it. When the query method of content provider gets called, when the query method of content provider gets called, you see here, we are calling the db.query. What is a db? DB is nothing but that SQLite database. And if we call the db.query or SQLite database's query method, this will get the data inserted into MyDB. So that is how we are kind of getting that content resolver, content provider, and the content provider, maybe the SQLite databases here, right? This is how we are going to do it. So Shumam, no, that is right. There's no problem. We already have done that here. We changed it later, authorities. So probably just to see whether the example is causing a problem, that's the reason why we are doing it with this one. It makes no difference, okay? So probably whatever code we are writing here, I'm going to literally copy this and put that into my second application and see if at least query method works there. I know it's not going to work, but still giving a chance and letting the application crash will lose nothing. Max, the application is going to crash. It's not like it is changing the color. It's like it is not able to find that content provider here. That's the reason why it is causing the problem. Okay, let's see. I'll do one thing. I'll go back and first make it false, as someone is saying. This is not something we should do, but let's try this as well. False means you don't want anyone to use this application here. So it will work with your application without having any problem, but it won't work with the other application. This is the contacts application. This is the WhatsApp application. Exactly. This is not going to work for sure. But now if I change that, export it to true and give it a try one more time, see if it is possible for us to check it here. No, it's not. So probably it's still finding it something. It's not able to find that content provider outside the application. Anyways, I'll check it here. So it's not something like it's something we are going to figure it out now. I'll have to go through documentation and see why the hell it is not working. So we'll check this and we'll get back to you. But at least you can see here the code which is exactly written in the first application, which is going to be literally copied in the second application as well. So I think this is related to permission. We'll check it, but otherwise, you see the entire flow in the first application itself. So in the first application also, we are getting the content resolver. Look at the code here. We are getting the content resolver. We are using the content resolver's query method and passing the passing the content resolver's URI. This is the URI with which the resolver is going to find out the correct content provider. So it knows that this is the content provider. It knows which content provider that you want to see by looking at the authority. This authority will be used to find out the correct provider by looking at the Android manifest.xml. It goes to every application's Android manifest.xml and it finds out whether it has any provider which has got authority equals to the authority which is there inside the content URI. So this authority will be used here in order to find the content provider. And when it finds it, it will create an object of that my content provider here, which will internally call the insert method or query method, which internally will call db.query or db.insert. And that way, we are taking the data from user and putting that in the SQLite database there. So ultimately it is a SQLite database. It's not a kind of a new way to store the data. Internally it uses the SQLite only. But while using it, we are not going to use the database or DB helper object directly or SQL database object directly. Instead, we are using the content resolver here. So content resolver is using the content provider internally, and that content provider is using that using that SQL database internally. So in short, the data, if you want to put that in a database, you have to have a DB helper. We have to have a SQL database itself. So without that, you cannot do anything there. So this is how the entire flow will be. So it's going to call that content resolver. The content resolver will find the content provider, will call the respective method on it, will call the respective method on the SQLite database. And SQLite database will literally perform that on the physical database, physical SQLite database there. So that's how it is going to do the job. I hope if it is not working in the second application, at least you have seen how that work in the first application itself. So doesn't matter whether it's a first or second. Ultimately, what matters here is whether your content provider is working or not. So content provider is working here in the first application. So I might say that it is sending the request from first application to the content resolver as well. So even the first application can also use the content provider, and also the second application is free to use it. Something is not working here. I'll figure it out why it is not. But at least you have seen the first application's way to use the content resolver there. Okay. Get content resolver, that's it. Right, exactly. That's what we are doing here. Shubham, that's exactly the same piece of code we are using. Context provider or content provider, that's okay. Shubham, there is no problem here. That's a different context you are talking about. That's a systems context. Okay, we are talking about our context application. Shubham, there is nothing wrong in the code. Okay, so the code is absolutely right. It seems like there is some problem with the permissions, I guess. When you are saying context provider dot content URI, that is a system context provider, not ours. Ours is this one. Okay, and I can still bet on that. There is no problem with the code, but I'll figure it out, like what exactly is going wrong there. Anyways, so I'll have to check that why it is not working, but we'll see that later. Right now, I think we have seen a simple example, which is working in the first application alone. Okay, so that's fine. Maybe WhatsApp is not there in my application right now. There is only one application, that's contacts, and this is how it is using the content resolver here. See, ultimately important thing is you have to complete one path. Like either it can be a first activity from the first application or activity from the second application. We have to complete the path. Path means we have to see how the activity is going to send a request to the content resolver, how the content resolver is calling that content providers method, and how the content provider is using the databases method, and how the database method is inserting in the database. So this is the database where the data will be stored. So either you send it from here or you send it from here. Ultimately, this is the path which we have to test, and this already we have tested that twice using the query method and using the insert method. So you are calling insert or you are calling query. Both of them are calling the methods on the content provider. The content provider is calling those methods on the SQL database, and both of them are again for providing or maybe performing the operations on the real database. Okay, that's a simple demo for a content provider. Okay, and I'll come back with the second application and see why and how will it make it working. Important thing is it is going to be a kind of a wrapper. I'm sorry, here it is. It is important that it is going to be considered as a wrapper over a database. So we don't have to use a database details here. We don't have to use a DB helper. We don't have to use SQLite database. We can straight away use the content resolver and get the job done. That's the real usage of content provider. Okay, so now we'll do one thing. Once we are kind of done with that content provider, so small demo, we'll see one more demo, not of content provider, but of something called as a service. So let us understand something like a service and see where service can be used and how service is going to run your code behind the scene in background. So that is what we are going to see now. So what is the service, where it is used, and how it is used is exactly what we are going to see now. Okay, but as usual, before we talk about this, before we look at the service, it's better we can take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll see why and how it is important for us to see the service implementation here. Okay, so let's come back after 15 minutes. We'll see how it is working, and then we'll create one more content, sorry, broadcast receivers table. Okay, come back after 15 minutes. Okay, so you're there. Sorry for that. You're there. So let us see a quick demo of a service. Let's see why service is needed, where it is needed, and how do we use it. Okay, so let's continue with this one first. Let's understand how to implement it, and then we'll see. And then we'll write a code for that. Okay, so let us see. What is the service? I said that services is it is used to run code in background, code in background. So that's the main use of it. Okay, to run the code in the background. Second one, it is used to share the code, again share the code with other application. In a sense, whatever we were doing, it didn't work last time, but whatever we were trying, like the piece of code wanted to or database wanted to share with the others, so something can be done with the service as well. Share the code with the other applications. Okay, and probably how do you use that? So use service class to create a service, as simple as that. Let's see how it can be used. Create a service. To create a service, let me just go back and create a service class and use it here. Okay, so see this. I'm going to close this one and the other one as well. And probably, what the hell? Okay, let's close this one and let us see how we can create a new application and see how to use a service class there. Okay. Now, probably I'm going to go back here with the application 2. This is the second application for today. And we will need a service class for doing something. Now, when I say doing something, let's assume that we are going to download a file, and that file downloading is going to take, let's say, maybe a couple of seconds or a couple of minutes, for example. Now, if I download it in my main activity or any activity, and if the activity goes behind the scene, or if activity goes to the paused or stopped state, your download will automatically get killed. Your download will automatically stop there, because your activity has to be there in the foreground in order to run that, or in order to continue that download. So that is the main drawback of writing the code, right? Like downloading in activities class. So what is recommended then? The recommended approach is write the code, which you know it's going to take a little bit longer time, and you don't want your application's activity to be in the foreground in order to complete it inside the service. So maybe the best option is to go for writing such code like downloading, or maybe uploading, or syncing, or the one which you want to continuously run behind the scene inside the service, so that there won't be any kind of dependency on the activity. To do this example, or maybe to do this demo, I'm going to need something like this. See, this is the flow of that application. Sorry, this is the flow of that application. Maybe I'm going to say this is an activity here, very simple activity. Activity is kind of must here. Without activity you cannot do anything. There'll be a button to start the service, as simple as that. There is nothing here. Maybe I can say start, or may simply say start. This is a service application, so when I say start, it's going to start the service. And once I'm done, I'm going to say stop the service. As simple as that. Okay, now to do this, there'll be another component here. Now this component is called as a service component, or you can say this is going to be a service class. Component is nothing but the class, precisely. So to be honest, this is what we are going to try now, where we are going to say this is an activity. Maybe you can say this is going to be the main activity, and this is going to be, let's say, my service. So this is the my service, which is going to which is going to get started when you say start here, and which is going to get stopped when you say stop here. This is what we are going to do. So when you say this is my service will be extended from android.app.service, or simply you can say service is the class and android.app is the package name there. Okay, so let's create a user interface first. It's going to be very simple. There are only two buttons needed: to start the service and and once it is done, to stop the service. So don't need this one. I'm going to go back and say this is linear layout. As usual, we need the orientation vertical. As usual, we need the padding of 16 dB, and we need two buttons. So go back and creating two buttons. Button, match parent, wrap content. Okay, as simple as that. It's gonna be text 16 dp. I'm sorry, text start the service. I know it's a service, but it's better to say start service and stop service. So this is going to be a stop service. Again, as usual, there will be an on click on stop service. Okay, there is no such method. We will have to write that. This part. On click on start service. As simple as that. Okay, let me copy that and come back to the main activity. Coming back here and say public void on start service, whatever it is. That's it. Okay, coming back here and say on stop service. Okay, so these are the two methods with which we want to start and stop the service. Okay, now how do you do that? You can create a new class called as my service, like what I showed there, and this class has to be imported from not exported, imported, has to be extended from something like a service class. The service class is from android.app. So android.app.service is the class that we have to use here, and then we can create a my service class. Now to create that my service, you see service class is an abstract class. So if you just go back to the service, you see it's an abstract class because it has one abstract method called as onBind. OnBind is the method which will get called automatically when your service gets bound to the application component like activity there. So when it gets bound to the application, it gets this onBind method gets called. Other than that, there is a method like this on create. Other than that, there is a method on unbind, and finally there is a on destroy. Precisely, if you look at the way we are kind of doing the job, this will be done like this. So let's say there is a log.e method I want to call with C. As usual, there is going to be a private static final string, let's say tag, which is going to be my service. Okay, so that's the tag I'm going to use here, and say this is the tag on create, just to see like which methods are getting called after maybe or sequentially one after another. So this is going to be on bind, this is going to be on unbind, and this is going to be on destroy. On destroy, that's it. So we are having four methods here: on create, on bind, on unbind, and on destroy. Now before we talk about those methods and before we write the code there, let me just come back and say this is going to be on create. Rather, this is the very first method of its life cycle. So like activity has its own life cycle, service also has its own life cycle, where the services life cycle starts with on create, then it goes to on bind. When I say on bind simply means the service is kind of created and the service is kind of bound with the application. Now, when it is bound with application, it will do the job what it is meant for. For example, it is meant for downloading, uploading, whatever it is. It's kind of doing its job by running in background. Okay, running in background. Once you are done with this, and when you call that method, like when you stop that service, it calls the another method first called as on unbind. It's an opposite of bind, on unbind. And because the service is of no use because it's got unbounded, you can say another method gets called as on destroy. That's what I have shown you there. So this is on destroy method. So this is the on destroy. Precisely, these are all the methods, so it's better I can show them that these are the methods. So better we say method. Okay, better we say the method. Okay, so this is a kind of a life cycle of service class or service maybe you can say service component. Class is nothing but a component here. So it starts with on create, it goes to on bind, then it goes to running stage. Running in the sense it's doing the job what it is meant for. Then when you stop it, it calls the on unbind, and then it calls the on destroy. So that is how the services lifecycle will be spanned across those four methods there. Okay, so this is main activity, and the main activity has those two buttons. So when you say start, it goes to on create, you know. So that's how it is going to do the job. Oops. Okay, that's how it's going to do the job. Okay, and probably this is the same thing. It is going to do, what the hell? This is going to do the same thing here as well. So probably it is going to stop the service. It calls that method here. Okay, we'll see which method gets called and other things there. So what we have discussed here is called as a bound service. So there are two types of services for your knowledge. There are two types of services. One is called as the bound service, the one which generally we use, and there is another one, something called as unbound service. Unbound services are simply called as the system, or I mean they are the system services, or they are called as the started services as well. Most of the unbound services are of system application system services, or they are kind of started services. The one which we are talking about here is called as a bounded service. So bounded means it's a bound service or bounded service. Bounded means your application is going to get bound with that service when it starts. So this is the bound service. There's only one right now, so bound service, and this is the job of a bound service to execute a code behind the scene or maybe in the background when you start one. So this is a kind of a life cycle of that activity, life cycle of that service. This is the first method on create, second method on bind, third method, there is no method here, it's a running. The third method here is on unbind, and fourth method is on destroy. On destroy means it's kind of getting destroyed from the memory, like what we have seen earlier for activity there. Let us see how we are going to bind it and how we are going to unbind it. To bind it, there is a method called as a bind service. There are parameters here, and when you want to stop that service, there is a method called as unbind service. There is no space, but fine. Unbind service. So this is the method that will be called to unbind that service or to stop that service. Let us see if that really does the job. So we are having on create, we are having on bind, we are having on unbind, and we are having on destroy. Let's assume that we are having a method here, something like private void download file. I'm not going to download a file precisely, but just say that this file is going to take, or this download is going to take, say an hour, for example, or let's say maybe hour is too big. Let's say a minute, for example. So if it is going to take a minute, I want that download to continue even after I come out of the activity. And that's the main reason why we are writing this code inside the service. If I write this code in activity, and if the activity goes into the paused and stopped mode, your download will stop there. So I don't want that download to stop even after my activity goes to the background or activity goes to the stopped mode. That's the whole point of using the service there. So I'm going to say here, download file is going to require a new thread. So this is going to be the new thread, new runnable, where you can write the code for downloading. I'm not going to I'm not going to write the download code, but simply say thread.sleep for maybe 60,000 milliseconds. 6,000 milliseconds is nothing but 1 minute. I know it's too big. It's better we can go for only 10,000. That's 10 seconds. So we can just wait for 10 seconds and see what does it do. I'm going to go back here and say log.e. We are in the tag. I'm sorry, we are in the service. We can use the tag and say download started. As simple as that. And just for, I mean, if we are emulating this, and then download finished. So here we are doing that download file. Now the question here is, where should I call this method? Should I call that method in onCreate? Should I call that method in on bind? Should I call that in on unbind and on destroy? The obvious choice is either on create or on bind. There is no point of calling that in on unbind or on destroy, because these two methods will be called when you're going to stop the service. So we are either going to call that in on create or on bind. So better choice here is to go for on bind method. So whenever you want to do something with that service, just go here and call that method. Say something like a download file. This is the main job of that service, to download download a file behind the scene. Okay, so that is what it is doing here. Let us see if that really is going to do the job. Now we have a service called as my service. It's very important that you have to go to that many phase file, and like what did we do last time? We registered our provider. Similarly, we are going to register a service with the name my service. If you want that service to be shared across the multiple applications, you can again use the same flag, exported equals to true. And if you want to say it is enable true or enable true or false, you can use that flag there. Enable true means I can use it. Enable false means it's disabled. As simple as that. Exported true is nothing but we are going to allow that other application to access this. Excuse me. Or if it is exported equals to false, we are not going to allow any other application other than this application to use that service. So that's the main difference between exported true false and enabled true false. Fine. Now we are having the my service there in the picture. My service is supposed to call that method, that download file, which is going to wait for 10 seconds and say, hey, download is finished. Now I want to start that service. How do we start the service? To start the service, I said there is a method called as a bind service. So I want to call that bind service and see how is it possible for me to do it. To do that, first we'll have to create an implementation for maybe something called as a service connection. So we say service connection is equals to new service connection. This is an implementation, or you can say this is where you can see two methods, on service connected and on service disconnected. So these two methods will be called naturally when the service gets connected to your application and when the service is going to get disconnected from your application. To do this, we are going to start that service. How do we start that service? So maybe I can say on start service. Here I'm going to go back and say bind service. Bind service will accept three parameters. The service, the intent service, in a sense, we have to create an intent here to say like which service we want to start. So intent is equals to new intent. We are going to start from this to my service dot class. So we are going to go to the my service there. This is the first parameter, intent. Second parameter is the connection object that we have created earlier, which is an implementation of service connection, which we have created right here. And the third parameter is the flag, which is going to be bind auto create. So bind to that service automatically. If it is not available, then first create it and then bind it. So bind auto create. That's a flag that we are specifying at the time of calling that method bind service. So as we are saying like this, when you are clicking on that button start, you're going to call that method bind service, which is going to start that service by calling on create. Then it will automatically go to on bind, and then it will start the job. It will start the job means it will start downloading the file. When it is done with the downloading, I hope you will see that the download is finished, and that is it. Then probably I can go back and just stop this service by calling unbind service. Then it will go to on unbind for taking that service out of the application's context. And then finally, it will call on destroy method then. Okay, how do you stop that service? To stop that service, we are going to go back here and say unbind service, and this is the connection method that we have used here. So probably the service which was kind of connected last time or bound last time will get automatically unbound. Let us give it a try and see what exactly is the outcome of it. I'm going to go with the logcat. We'll filter it out with the error because it's very simple to see it. That's the reason why we are using that log.e in the first place. Okay, so this is where we are going to say start service. Watch what happens. So if I go and say start service, you see the service got created, on bind got called, and you see download started. After 10 seconds, you will see download finished. download finished, and yeah, that's it, the service has done its job. So if I say stop service, it goes to on unbind and it goes to on destroy, meaning the service got unbound from that application and service got destroyed, as simple as that. Okay, so hopefully, as you see here, the service has gone through all of these methods we discussed earlier in that life cycle. So in the life cycle, there were four methods: on create, on bind, on unbind, and on destroy. And we see that all of those methods are getting called behind the scene. That's good. Now watch the difference. This is the important part. I mean, you might not get impressed with what exactly service is doing, but watch this. I'm going to go back and say start my service, and I'm going to go back to the home screen. Now probably you can see that my activity is not running. So if my activity is not running, will that download continue to happen? Oh yeah, you see that it was getting downloaded behind the scene. So probably, guys, are you getting what I'm trying to show you here? So even if the activity wasn't there in the picture, the activity was kind of stopped earlier, still my service was working behind the scene or in the background. That is the job of service. So what does service do? Service allows us to to run the code in background. And that's the important part. I mean, I know looking at this application, anyone can say, what the hell? What are you showing here? You're just starting the service, downloading it and creating a thread. That is not important. The important thing is when the service gets started, you don't need to keep your application in the foreground. I mean, you can run something in the background, that's the main job of a service, and you see that. Have you ever done something like this? Like you are listening to music in background and you are playing the game on phone. I mean, you are listening to music at the same time you are playing the game. Have you done that before? You must have, right? In which case, the playing music, Shraddha, this is an example of it. The playing music will be done by a service called as audio service. All of these things which happen behind the scene will be done by service. Like, have you done something like this? You open a Google Maps application, you see where you are, and you start walking. While walking, if you have put your phone maybe in your pocket, your application must have gone to the, or your activity must have gone to the stop the state. At the same time, your application must have kind of stopped, not stopped, but might have paused at that time. But still, when you open your application again, and if you look at the Google Maps one more time, you will see the updated location. Has it done I mean, have you experienced this before? If you have, then you can see that behind the scene, though your activity was not working, behind the scene, the Google Maps location service was continuously fetching the location for you and was getting the location updated in the application in background, right? There are many different services available in your applications. Someone is saying the best example service is WhatsApp. Yeah, WhatsApp is also having its service to back up your contacts and back up your messages. I hope you must have seen that in WhatsApp there is a settings to turn on the backup or schedule the backup every after some time, so you know that even if you are losing your phone, you still can retrieve all of your WhatsApp previously backed up messages and previously backed up all the things. So it is possible because there is a service in WhatsApp which is continuously running behind the scene and uploading all the contacts and all the details and every single thing to the WhatsApp server. So again, this is getting done behind the scene. You don't need to keep your application continuously in the foreground. So that's a reason why service component exists in the Android. I hope you can understand the difference between those components like activity, components like content provider, components like service. Activity is mainly used for UI, dealing with the UI. At the same time, service is going to be used for dealing with the background code execution. Maybe content provider is used for sharing the content or sharing the data with the other application, or it's a wrapper over the database. That's it. What is the sleep time for that application? Sleep time? Not getting it. What you are saying, ma'am? Shraddha, what you are saying sleep time? You're talking about that call, thread dot sleep. You're talking about this one here. This is for demonstration, just for saying like this application is going to wait for 10 seconds. You can write the downloading code. I don't want to write the download part here, because if I want to download, then again we'll have to provide the URL and other stuff there, you know. So probably you can replace that thread.sleep with the download code, or maybe you can put that uploading code there, which might take some time. And I just want to show you, like, whatever you do, if it is taking long time, don't do that in your, or don't write the code for that in your activity. Always prefer using service. So even if the activity is not there in the in the foreground, your application will still continue to do that in the background if you write that code in service. That's the main intention behind this. Okay, Manjari, your question, it does have any UI? No. Rather, one of the, you can say, properties of service is there is no UI for service, and you cannot have any UI for service. How can you? Where UI is needed, or where can you show the UI? To show the UI, you have to be in the foreground, right? Manjari, I think you are getting the point. Activity is for UI. And if you want to see the UI, you have to bring the activity in foreground. Services for background. So in background, there is no UI. UI cannot be run, UI cannot be executed in the background. That's the whole story. That's the whole problem of activity. So if you just go back from the activity, activity goes to the stop to mode. And if it goes to the stop to stage, then you see everything is going to get stopped. If everything is going to get stopped, let's say I started downloading a file, let's say I started downloading a movie, which is going to take an hour, for example. So that hour, if I do not keep my activity continuously on, it's going to go to the stop to mode. And if it goes to the stop to mode, it's going to stop downloading downloading that movie as well. So I don't want to put my phone continuously on for next an hour just to get the movie downloaded, you know. So I'll prefer writing that code in my service, with which even if I went back to my home screen from my activity, and my activity must have gone to the stop the state behind the scene. So still writing that code in service would give me an advantage that the application will continue to run, the download will continue to happen behind the scene. Okay, so there is no UI for that service. Good. So there are, there are n number of applications. There are many. For example, another one. Have you seen notifications in Android? I think you must have. Notifications are those which you simply see right there. You see, this is a notification. You click on that, you see that this is a notification, this is a notification, you click on that, and something happens. So whenever you see those notifications are also possible because there is a service called as notification service running in Android behind the scene, you know. So that service is going to get all the notifications and then will show them on that notification panel. This is called as a notification panel, guys. And this notification panel shows the notifications because of a notification service. There are n number of examples in Android which are doing some or the other job in background, and every one of those tasks would need one or more services, you know. So that's where the service will come into picture. Yes, Sneha, your question, we talked about the music application. It's available only for the audio files, downloading files, but not for the video files like the applications YouTube. Absolutely. Now see the difference between audio and video. When you say you are playing an audio, you don't need the visual screen, because you know you can run, you can just listen to the music even if it is in the background. But you cannot just play video in the background simply because video is for visual. Video, it's visual representation. And when I say it's a visual representation, I guess you are getting the point that you have to be there in the foreground. I mean, your activity has to be there in the foreground. Unless the activity is in the foreground, how can you see the video, isn't it? That's a reason you cannot have YouTube application running in behind the scene. Okay, if you have downloaded an application like Gaana or maybe some other third-party music libraries like Spotify and other things, you see that these applications can run music behind the scene. Even if you are maybe not turning off, should I say, but even if you keep your phone on sleep mode, still the background music application like Gaana.com, maybe it will continue to play that audio. You must have experienced that, right? You don't have to keep your phone continuously in on position if you want to listen to music. That is the reason why service exists in Android. Okay, good. So Sneha, thanks for confirmation. That's good. So this is the way the service can be implemented in Android. And behind the scene, if you want to do something in background, then service is the component that you should go for. Service is the component that you should prefer. So remember, a long running task can must be executed in the service. Otherwise, if activity goes away or activity goes in stopped mode, your task is also going to get stopped there. And that's the reason why we should use a service. Don't forget, Ali have mentioned that there are two types of services. One is called as a bound service, another one is an unbound service. All of these examples which I mentioned earlier, like audio service or video not video, location service, or maybe something like a notification service, all of them are nothing but the background unbound services or system services. Okay, so this is all about the service. Just give me a second, guys. Okay, so now we know what service is. Let us continue and see the next part of it. I mean, service is something that is going to get the data or get the things executed behind a scene. Okay, so let's continue with the next point and see what can we do with it. To be precise, when we are talking about the service here, that reminds me that whenever something is running in background, we want to communicate with the application. So how do we communicate with the different components of the application? Let's see another use case here. Probably it's very simple to understand, and it's very useful as well. Precisely, it is useful when you are in the services context. Let us see what you mean by that. By the way, have you heard about something called as intent, guys? I hope you must have. But have you heard about intent? Just kidding. I know you already have used it. It's not a question actually. It's just a sarcasm. So we know already have used this intent for various different tasks. So hopefully you know that intent, it is used for multiple things. Like I'm going to say it is used for one, starting components. Have you seen intent starting component like service? We just have done that, if you can recall. We start that. We started that service using the bind service, where the first parameter was the intent. So it can be used for starting a service. It can be used for starting an activity as well. Okay. This can be also used for sharing the data. Can someone give me an example? Where have you seen this? Where have you seen this sharing the data? Right, extras, absolutely right. So when we are talking about the intent, do you remember while going from first to second activity or while coming from second to first activity, we also have shared the data there. So that is again, we have done that with the help of intent. This is the intent here. Now, when we are talking about the intent, there are two types of intents. The one which we have seen so far, it's called as an explicit intent. So this is called as an explicit intent. And there is something called as an implicit intent. Okay, so there is something called as explicit intent and there is something called as an implicit intent. Let us understand what's the difference between both of them, because both of them are pretty powerful. So whatever we have seen so far, these are called as explicit intents. Now what do you mean by that? I'll do one thing. It's better we can just go back and put it on the other side of it, so it will be easy for me to compare. So when you talk about the explicit intent, it's very short. There is nothing big here. I'm just going to go back here and put it like this. We'll just provide more space to the implicit intent there. Okay. So what is explicit intent? Explicit intent is the one where the information about starting the component or maybe information about the component is explicit. Let me first write it and then we'll mention and then we'll show you what do you mean by that. So information about the target is explicitly available. Explicitly available, just a sec. Oops, it's too small. Okay, explicitly available. What do you mean by that? Okay, I'll talk about this in a second. I'm going to show you a couple of magics here today. So stay with me. Very interesting if you know what exactly you are doing there. Okay. Whereas in case of implicit, the target information is missing. Explicit target information is missing. That's why it's called as implicit. Explicit target information, okay, is missing. Or we can say target will be found by using implicit information. So what do you mean by that? Watch this and understand this. There are two ways you can write the explicit intent. I'll show you both of them. So one thing is this. This is first example and this is the second example. I'll show you both these examples here. For example, this is the code we have written earlier so many times. Intent equals to a new intent, something like this, something like dot class. Can be like second activity dot class, first activity dot class, or just we said that my service dot class. This is one way to say it. So here we are saying where we want to go to. So if I know where we want to go to, this is called as explicit information. So that means I want to go to second activity dot class. I want to go to my service dot class. So this information is clearly visible, explicitly visible. So that's one way to do it. Okay. First, let's go back here, look at an example of it and see how it can be done. And probably you will see some kind of eureka moment today. Okay. Stay with me. It's going to be different than what we have seen so far. So let's see. This is going to be an application 3. Sorry, application 3. I don't need that my application there. So this is where we are going to create maybe 2 activities just to start with. See how it can be done. So say this is my main activity, and inside my main activity, I'm going to have a couple of buttons here. So this is where we are going to go back and say where we want to go back to linear layout as usual. Padding is going to be 16 dp. This. There will be orientation, which is going to be vertical as usual. And we need a few buttons. We'll go and add those buttons one by one, step by step. Okay, so imagine that we are having one activity here. So probably I'm going to go back and say this is an empty activity. Okay, this is going to be a second activity, for example, or maybe a red activity, for example, clearly visible. So let's go back and say a red activity here. So activity underscore red, there is nothing inside it other than changing the background to red. Hash f00. That's a red activity. Okay. So what you want to do here is in my main activity, I'm going to create a button, and this button is going to launch the red activity there. So this is going to be a text. I'm going to say a red activity. We'll say red activity 1. So I want to launch that red activity 3 times in different ways, explicit and implicit ways. So this is the first way to do it. So coming back here, I'm going to go back and say on click. There is no such method. We are going to write it now. On red activity 1. So we want to write this 3 times. Why? You will realize that in a minute or two. So coming back in the main activity and writing this code here, void on red activity 1 view v. So similarly, I need couple of them, 1, 2, and 3. That's the third one, and that's the second one. We'll see when and how we will use that. Okay, now can someone please put the code here on chat, how to launch the red activity when you click on that button? What's a normal way to do it? How do you do that? How do you launch the second activity by using this? I don't think you need any explanation for that. It's going to be as straightforward as you already have used it earlier, right? All we have to say here is new intent, which is equals to red activity dot class, and then you can say start this activity by using this intent. Okay, so this is the way we can do it. I'm going to go back, run this code. There is no kind of new code here. This is as simple as that, launching the read activity, coming back from read activity to this. If you pay close attention here, and if I ask intent, go and launch my activity, intent is going to say, which activity do you want to launch? I'm saying like, hey, I want to launch that read activity. So we are providing explicit information about that activity inside that intent, and that's the reason why this is called as explicit intent. Understand the meaning of explicit and implicit here. Explicit means what to do, which component to launch. That information is clearly given inside that intent, and that's the reason why it is called as an explicit intent. That's it. That's the reason why it's called as an explicit intent. Now you can create an explicit intent in other way as well. For example, let's assume that there is a button here, and this button, maybe this is active on read activity 2, this is the second button, and right inside this, let's say I want to pass that information in a different way. So you can say intent equals to new intent. I will create that as an empty intent and say intent dot class name, set class name. What is the package name and what is the component name, that you want to launch here? My package name is this, I know, and my component name that I want to launch is application 3.read activity. So you may say something like this, or you may say something like this. You are still creating an explicit intent. So this is going to be again explicit intent. Why it is called as an explicit intent? It's called as an explicit intent because we are clearly saying, explicitly saying, hey intent, just go and launch my read activity. Will it launch? I don't know. Let's give it a try. So hopefully it will. Cross your fingers and say if it does the job. Okay, so read activity number 1, it's working. We already have tested that earlier. Now we are talking about the read activity 2, and it is also doing exactly same job. So when we are talking about this explicit intent, you can create it by using this, or you can create it by using this. Both of them are explicit intents. I hope you guys are there with me and you are getting what we are trying to say here. So all we are saying here is we can create an explicit intent by using this way that we already have used so many times earlier. Intent equals to new intent, blah, 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 blah. Or you can say intent equals to new intent. You can create a blank intent like this, and then you can say intent dot set class name. You can say this is the first parameter and the second parameter, the class name here. So which means just for your information, what is this? This is a kind of a package name from where the component needs to be called, and this is nothing but the component's class name, or you can simply say the class name. Okay, so we are providing an explicit information in order to launch that component, and that's the reason why it is still called as an explicit intent. Guys, are you there? Are you getting it? Why it is called as explicit intent and how you create that? Do you understand that? Okay, so till now whatever we have done, all of these are the examples of explicit intents. Okay, because every time we have explicitly provided the information to the intent, like what needs to be done, which component you want to start, or which component, or how do you want to share the information, and so on and so forth. That's an explicit intent. Okay, now let's talk about the second part of it, and that is implicit intent. That's it. I mean, explicit intent can be created by using one of the two ways, which I already have put forward in your in front of you. So let's talk about the next one, and that is something called as an implicit intent. Now, what is an implicit intent? Implicit intent means the component to be launched, that information is either missing or that will be implicitly provided. For example, watch this and understand this. I will talk about that read activity 3 later in a sense. Let's first get some other examples in, and then we'll see this example later. I'll just create a placeholder for now but we'll talk about that later. Let me just go back here and say view and match parent 1dp, for example, and let's change the background to hash 000. So that's going to be a black line like this, margin on top will be 10 dp, and I think it's better we can just put that button right inside of this because all of them are implicit intent. We need the margin bottom as well, so that's a margin bottom. That's it. So now we will see all of the implicit intents. This is one of the implicit intents we are going to see in a second. Okay, first I need a couple of buttons. So I'll show you what can be done and how you can do it. Maybe I can say dial, or maybe we'll say browse web or visit google.com. So this is a kind of button I want to use for visiting google.com. So maybe I can say on visit website. Better I'll say simply a website. Visit website. Which website you decide what you want to do there. But that's a website that I want to browse. Okay. Let's see how it can be done. So this is where we are going to go back. First, we'll say public void on website view v. Okay. And probably right here, I want to visit the website. Now, when you say visit a website, tell me which application do you open, guys? Though you are on desktop or though you are on mobile, which application do you open to browse a website? Let's say I want to go to google.com. How do you do that? Which website do you open? That's Chrome or maybe Firefox or maybe something like Safari, for example, if you're on iPhone. Or if you don't have any option, then desktop, you have one of the worst options there, right? IE. So when we are talking about something like a visiting website example here, we need a browser, you know. So browser, is it there on your device? I guess it must be there, right? So if I go back and see that there is a Chrome here, but unfortunately, the problem is I don't know what is the name of that Chrome application, and neither I don't know like what is the name of that component or name of that activity. Actually, I want to start this activity, but I don't know the name of that application, or neither I know the information about that activity that I want to launch, which is then launched with the help of implicit intent. What is an implicit intent? Implicit intent means the explicit information about the target is missing. I don't know what is the name of your Chrome or what is the name of the activity that I want to launch within the Chrome itself. So if you don't have any information about it, you can just ask intent to find this information on its own. So I'll say, hey, intent, I just want to do this. Do the job on your own, find the application, find the activity, and launch it. That's what I'm going to do here. So probably I'm going to go back here and say, hey, this is what the intent is. Intent is equals to new intent. That intent is again empty for now. You can say, hey, intent.set action. What am I going to do? I'm going to go back here and say my action is I want to view a website, or I want to view something. What do you want to view? You want to view something like intent.set data. Maybe you can say URI dot parse. And what do you want to do? Maybe I want to go for https://google.com. This is the website that I want to view. It can be anything. I mean, it's not necessary that it has to be a google.com. It can be literally anything there. And then probably you can say start activity intent. Did you notice something? I have not specified any browser's name. I have not specified the activity inside the browser, and I neither have specified that open a browser. I just said I want to view that website. That's it. Now, every single thing like finding a browser, or first deciding that it has to open a browser, then finding the default browser, finding the default activity inside that browser, everything will be done by that intent. Will it do that? I don't know. Let's give it a try. Again, cross your fingers and see whether it really does the job or not. So probably I'm going to click on that visit website button. See what happens. I'm going to click on that visit website button and boom, do you see? It has gone to the default browser. I'm not saying it is going to Chrome. I'm saying going to the default browser, because if you are having multiple browsers installed on your phone, you might see an option like, hey, which browser you want to choose? Or probably If you already have set one of the default browsers, like, hey, on my device I want to use Chrome, so use the Chrome as default one. It will open the Chrome by default and it will browse the website there. It is opening google.com right now just because I said it is google.com that I want to browse. If I say, hey, I want to go for, let's say, developer.android.com, we see what happens now. Where are we? Here it is. So let me see what happens here. Visit website and you will see that it is going to developer.android.com. So it was not like I was fooling you. It was really going to google.com, and this is the proof. It's going to the developer.android.com there. You see how simple is that? So when we are talking about this example, you can see that this is a way you can provide less information or no information about the target application, about the target activity, but still everything will work as per your expectation. So my expectation was it would open a browser, it would go to that website developer.android.com, and it would do the job. But you know what? I didn't provide any information such as which browser, which activity, which application. I didn't provide any such application, but still everything worked out because of that action we have specified and the data we have specified. This is called as an implicit intent. Guys, are you clear with that? Are you getting the information? Are you getting the concept here? What do you mean by the implicit intent? Are you able to see the difference between implicit and explicit here? What is explicit then? Explicit means it's the one where we are providing the explicit information, like, hey, I want to launch the red activity. This is the red activity that I want to launch. I'm saying that specifically, explicitly, that yes, this is the activity that I want to launch. But in implicit, I have no idea about that application. I have no idea about that activity, but still I want to go there. So how do I do that? You see, intent is doing that in doing its own job. Intent is kind of, finding all the information there and doing its job. So that's why it's called as implicit intent. Implicit means it will implicitly, automatically, behind the scene, will find all the information there. That's called as an implicit intent. Can we do other stuff in intent, implicit intent? Of course, yes. Look at that. Let's say, tell me, have you seen applications like maybe Food Panda or Swiggy, where you see the restaurant options or restaurant list of restaurants, and there is a button, let's say, call that restaurant, right? Or maybe you can say in Domino's, for example, there is a button to call Domino's local number. You tap on that button and it automatically goes to the phone application, and you literally make a phone call there. Have you seen that feature in other applications? Right, you must have. If you have, then probably I'm going to do that here in this example. See how simple is this? I'm going to dial a number. So instead of saying visit, I'm going to say dial a number, dial a phone number, whatever. On dial number. See, how do you do that? It's going to be very simple, guys. See, okay, so I'm gonna go back here and say public void whatever on dial number view. I'm sorry, view v, and I'm gonna literally copy and paste every single thing here. Except I'm just gonna change this one here and say I still want to view. I mean, the action is going to be view, but my data is going to be changed. Instead of using the protocol like HTTP, HTTPS, file, and other things, I'm going to use a protocol called as a tel. Tel stands for telephone. So I'm saying this is what I want to view. Tel plus 911212121212, for example, like this. So maybe when I say run this application and see what happens here, you will surprised to see that this is exactly same thing you have seen in other applications. Click on that dial button and you see it has opened the open the phone dialer application. It has already shown the number here. I just need to click on that, and yeah, I'm making a phone call to that person. You see, oh, that person already has picked up my phone. Hello, hello, is there someone? Hello, is there someone? No, no, there is no one. Just kidding, guys. That's an emulator. It cannot make the real phone call. Don't get surprised. That's a simulate. That's a emulator. Just emulating that. That's it. Okay, so probably when you are going to do it on your phone, physical phone, it is literally going to make a phone call, and you'll be able to directly make a call to that person. And yeah, you can see this. Yes, just that. So that's an example I wanted to give you here. 888888. I'm using 8989 here. Exactly. See how simple is that? So all we have to say here is this is my action and this is my data. If I'm saying the action is view, and if I use the set data with the URI equals to HTTP, it is going to open the browser. If it is going to be like tel colon slash slash, it is going to open phone application automatically. This is something called as implicit intent. Okay, there are a number of examples there. Now let's go back and visit our application one more time and see how is it working. I mean, without passing the explicit information, how on the earth it finds that information that this is an application and this is the component it has to launch. That's a kind of, again, still a puzzle for us, right? Let's solve that puzzle here. To look at this, okay, so to look at this from the actual internal perspective, let me just use this red activity 3 and make my activity as an implicit activity, and then we will launch that activity implicitly. In previous two examples, maybe 1 and 2, both of these examples we use the explicit information that this is red activity and this is red activity here. So I gave the explicit information in both the operations, and that's the reason both of them are explicit intents. This one here is an implicit because I'm not passing any information about my target, so this is implicit, and this one is also implicit. So both of them are implicit options, or both of them are implicit intents. Now I will go back and probably do something with that read activity, and will launch that read activity implicitly. How do we do that? Watch this. This is very important for you to understand that, and that will give you a kind of a eureka moment today. Coming back to the main manifest file, see what happens here. When you say the read activity you want to launch here automatically or implicitly, you will have to make the provision. It's not kind of a magic here. It's a kind of a provision that you have to make. Are you there, guys? I see 2 people, 4 people already have dropped. You still are there. Remaining 30. Are you still there? Okay. So when we are talking about this read activity, it's not like a magic. It will automatically find every single thing. We'll have to make the provision for that. So if I want that read activity to be found automatically or implicitly, we'll have to first write something like an intent filter. Okay. Next, right inside this, we'll have to say this is an action. So action is nothing but the action because of which the activity is going to get launched. So maybe I can say this is android.name, and I'm going to create my action. I can say something like a my action here, but precisely when you are writing something, or when you're creating a kind of an action, it has to be unique throughout your phone. So it's always better to get your package name dot something like my action. So I want that read activity to be launched by using an action like this. And if I want to do it, this is the way you can do that. Maybe you can put some data, you can put some categories and other thing as well. See, I'm going to add a category here, but I don't know which category I should go for. So I will use the default category here. Category will just add more information inside that intent. So this is an action. Maybe I can say com.example.my application 3, my application, and blah blah blah, like this. And then this is a category. Category, we don't have to supply that. So what happens here is, if I go back here and say, hey, I want to create, sorry, I'm going to launch that intent. I'm going to launch that activity implicitly. I can say create create new intent like this, and say set action, which is equals to this. To be honest, again, when we are saying intent.action view, you click on that and you see that this is again an action, a string action like this. So nothing different than what we are doing here. Okay. And then probably I will go back and use that intent and say start activity intent. This is an implicit intent. Okay, implicit intent. See, this is where we are saying launch an activity which is having an action, my action. So what happens here is Android behind the scene goes to every single application's manifest file and search for an intent filter where it sees like the action is equals to that my action. It seems like that my action, which is given by my you can say the package, is available only inside my application, which is this one here, and that's the reason it will launch the read activity. Let's see if it really does the job. See this. This is something we already have seen. Red activity can be launched here. Red activity can be launched, I'm sorry, red activity will be launched here as well. What the hell, it stopped responding. Okay, so oops, it seems like I got that bug again. There's a bug actually, because of which, it becomes unresponsive for some time. It's better we will not waste the time there. It's better we can just use the device. It's good to have multiple options with you. So if one thing doesn't work, then probably you can go for the second option. I'm going to open my browser Wiser, and we'll try to run that application in my OnePlus. Okay, here it is. Okay, so that's the emulator. I'm going to run that there, and we'll see if it is going to do the job. Okay, for the first time. So I'm going to launch the red activity. It worked here. We saw that. Launch activity second time, it worked here. Launch activity third time, and still you see it's working here. Did you notice something? Even though I'm not specifying the information here, the third time the red activity is getting launched without having any problem. You see, this is the way we are kind of saying like, yeah, the activity can be launched implicitly as well. So it's up to you whether you want to make that whether you want to make that activity implicitly available or not. Guys, are you getting it? I've launched that activity, the same activity, by using an implicit intent. How did we do that? We did that by adding some arrangement or doing some arrangement in a manifest file. In one manifest file, for that activity, I've added an action, whatever, it's my action, red action, whatever it is. And then we have set the category to default. And this is the way we are going to do the job. Okay, so probably this is an example with which, we can simply go back and create, maybe, I mean, you can launch anything, not anything, those which can be, provided implicitly. You can go for them and you can launch them by using something like this. I mean, there are many different options available with which we can simply go back and try to get the next component automatically launched for you. So this is an implicit intent. Now, implicit intent can be used for, launching camera, getting the photos, and bunch of things. And when I say bunch of things, literally bunch of things. I gave you only a couple of examples, but if you just Google around, you will see exactly same thing can be done, or maybe exactly same stuff. Like implicit intent can be done many a times or multiple times for doing multiple different jobs. So I hope you can understand the concept. Concept is more important. Otherwise, finding the code, you know how to do that. You can go back and just look at the internet and you can do the job there. So that's not a big deal here. Important thing is you need to understand the concept. Okay. So when we are talking about something like implicit and explicit, remember intent is the way we are going to use for sharing the data, launching the content, launching the different you can say components there. It can be anything. It can be like activity. It can be like service. It can be literally anything. Okay. So when we are talking about this, probably you know now how do you create an implicit and explicit intent. I'll just give an example of this here. Now this can be done by only one way, and that is here. So something like this. Intent equals to new intent, and you can set intent dot set action. You can also provide the action at the time of construction as well. Set action, whatever action you want to go for. And then this is the way we are going to provide the implicit intent or implicit information about that intent. That's it. Okay, now probably if I can do it here, then I'll just go to move that right here. So it'll be easy for me to show you one more thing. Okay. So probably when we are talking about the intent, I hope I mentioned it earlier, but it's better. We can just, we can just discuss this one more time. You see that every intent is going to have, these are the components of intent, or these are the contents of intent. So intent, not intents. Intent is going to have few things. One, it's going to have something like the SRC. We talked about that. Then there is a CMP, that's component. We talked about that. Then there is an extras. We talked about that. That's a bundle. Today we have seen something called as an action. It's going to have an action. It's going to have the category as well, and it's going to have the data as well. You know, so category, action, and data, all of them will be used for the implicit intent. This is going to be the bundle. We talked about that. A bundle is nothing but collection of key value pairs. This is the target component that you want to launch, and this is the source from where, or you can say the context from where we are going to, just launch that content, launch that other component there. All of this action, category, and data used for implicit intent, implicit info, or implicit intent information there. So this is what you will find inside the intent. Okay, so understand that. Okay, now one thing, did you notice something when I was talking about an intent filter? No one asked that question. Like, we see the intent filter right here inside the main activity with the action equals to main and categories equals to launcher. What's the meaning of it? Is it having something to do with your implicit intent, or is it something else? So precisely, this is exactly same thing which I just mentioned right now. This is also an implicit intent. You know, when you launch your application, watch what happens here. I mean, very difficult to show you here, but let's see. Okay, so probably what I'm going to do here is this. Let's clear this stuff and launch that application again. So when you launch this application, see what happens behind the scene. So behind the scene, it calls that ADB command. Do you remember the ADB command we talked about earlier? ADB stands for ADB, Android Debugging Bridge. You there, guys? So what happens here is it uses ADB shell command. ADB shell is something which we talked about earlier. AM is the activity manager, and we are asking AM or activity manager to start an activity with -n. That's the namespace, or you can say that's the activity name which we are going to use here, which is the main activity. -a, which is nothing but an action, -c, which is nothing but a launcher. So what happens here is, or how do you launch an application? Look at that. I'm going to go back to my, where are you? One sec. I'm going to go back to my terminal, going to my Android, I'm sorry, library, Android Studio, SDK, platform tools, and we are going to use ADB shell. I'm going to go inside the ADB here, okay? And probably I'm going to say, I'm going to literally copy this command, am minus start, blah, blah, blah. I can write it by my hand as well, but it's okay. Why should I do it? When I say intent, did you notice something? The activity already has launched here. Let me go back here. Watch this, guys, pay attention. I'm on my command prompt. I am inside the Android as a shell, and I'm going to use this command, am activity manager start. I'm going to start an activity. Which activity? -n. The name of that activity is this, package name / blah 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 blah. -a is for action, and -c is for launcher. C for category, for launcher. When I enter this, you see it is launching the application here. Did you see that? Right? You must, I don't know if you have seen this, what I just showed you. This is the way it does the job behind the scene. So whenever you click on icon behind the scene creates an intent where it puts this information, like what activity that you want to start, the action it sets by default to the main, and category it sets by default to the launcher. So what happens here is this intent will be kind of given to your application because you set the package name here, and it goes to that package names, or it goes to that applications Android manifest.xml, and it finds which intent filter has this configuration where -a action is having main and -c category is having launcher. It finds that the action is main and category is launcher right here inside the main activity, and that's the reason why it launches the main activity when you click on that or when you start the application there. You getting something? So this is again happening like what I just explained here. That's what I said. Should be a eureka moment for you to understand, oh, that's how the application is launched. Yes, that's how the application is launched. So application gets launched with an intent where minus A action will be set to the main and minus C category is set to the launcher, and that's how it is doing the job. You can do that job by command prompt as well. ADB, shell, AM, start, and whatever application you want to launch there, you can launch that application easily, easily. Okay, maybe if I just go back, I hope there is another application there, maybe application 2 or 3, I guess. Maybe I can go back here and let's go back to first application here. This is the first application and say intent. If I look at that, you see that first application launched here. See how simple is that? So if you know what you are doing, you can literally do all of these things from command prompt as well. We're not going in Android internals at this moment because your syllabus doesn't include that, but there's a special kind of hacks out there in the on Google with which we can do all of this stuff that is related to internals of Android. But anyways, this is not something that we should be worried about. I just gave you an information that, yeah, this is something which is available here and probably you can try it out. Okay, I don't even have to go inside it. I mean, I can simply say shell minus am and this still will do the job. Still, it is going to launch that application there. See, that's exactly what we are doing here. So that's exactly what happens when you click on that run button. So when you stop, it stops. And when you say run, what happens? This is literally sending that same command that I just showed you here, or maybe I use the same command what it is doing here. So it's not a kind of, a magic here. It's like all of these things can be done on command prompt as well. Who needs Android Studio? I can do all of these things on my command prompt as well, but it takes a lot of time to write the code. There's no IntelliSense, and that's the reason why we are using this IDE here. Anyways, we are using it, that's a different story, but I'm just telling you that it's not mandatory, it's optional part. Still, you know that this is the way we can do it now. So this is called as an implicit intent. Can someone quickly tell me the difference between the implicit and explicit, guys? Explicit intent, guys. Quickly, what is the implicit and explicit intent? Anyone? If you want, you can unmute yourself. Go ahead, and then just tell me. Like at least I will see that whether you are getting it or not. That's correct, speaker. Yeah. Explicit have the exact path. Explicit target path is available exactly. And what about the implicit? Implicit doesn't have the target path, or implicit doesn't know anything about the target. Explicit information about the target. What does it know? It knows the action, it knows the category, it knows the data there. If the data is not there, then it will be considered as a default, or maybe you can say not default, sorry, it will be considered as a null. And if the category is not specified, by default, it will be considered as a default. That's what we have specified here, category default. So that's a default category which is set there. Okay, so okay, so you know now what we are doing here, and probably that is something related to the implicit and explicit intent. Remember that it's going to be very it's going to be very useful for you when you are developing your application there to provide these different features there. Now there will be an exercise for you. See if it is possible for you to do that. I'm not forcing you, but still, if it is possible for you to do it, give it a try. Go to developer.android.com and you will see there is directly an example available here. Oops, not Apple. This is something that I'm doing this on a regular basis, so it comes by default. So developer.android.com, go there, and finally go to docs if you want to. What? You're kidding me? Fine. And just search for here itself. You don't have to go to DocsMate. Something it should have, but anyways. So search for camera simply. Just search for this camera simply. I hope you will get the link available directly. Take photos simply. So I want you to give it a try because it's exactly what we have just discussed here. See, we are creating an intent here with something like an action. This is an action we are using. Media store.action image capture. You can set that action directly at the time of construction, as I said earlier, or you can say create an intent and then say intent.set action to this action. The action is media capture.action image capture, and then instead of starting the activity, we are saying start activity for result. You know what start activity for result does. I mean, it is the way we are going to get something from the next activity. Okay. In on activity result, you will get the data. I mean, you will get the data in the sense you will first have to get the extras. That's something like the bundle. And from that, you are going to get the data. You convert that data to the bitmap and use that bitmap to show an image view there. With this, you can simply get the photo from your application, sorry, from your camera. Will you do that? Okay. If you can do it, well and good. Or better, I'll show you one example, and second example, I'll ask you to do it. It's okay. It's just a copy pasting thing. So I can do it quickly. And you can do that. The other example there. So maybe I can say on take photo from camera. You can select that from gallery as well. So on take photo. That's what I'm going to do here. I'll say take photo. Okay. And I need one more. That's an image view so that we can see what image we have taken there. So image view. Image view. What should I say? Match parent. Okay, let's see a bigger one. So this is an ID. It's going to be an image view there. Okay, and we'll use this one on take photo, and we'll write the code there. It's hardly a couple of minutes job. So probably we can say void. This is going to be the view V. Okay, and here we have to write the code. But before that, I'm going to go back here and get the image view. Image view. Okay, don't forget to say that image view is equals to find view by id r dot id dot image view. Okay, and precisely if I want to go back here and if I want to go for this, I'm going to literally copy and paste the code. It's already there. Why should I waste your and my time to do that? So this is how we are going to do it. This is the media store. Just go and say alt enter. We don't need this one. We can just simply skip this. We know every one of our phone is having the camera, so we don't have to check for that. If you really want to, you can. The important thing is this, not this one. So on activity result, we already have talked about all of these things. On activity result will be used because we are using start activity for result, because we are expecting camera there, you know. We need to get the data, which you can easily get by using this one. Okay, this is the bitmap, and the bitmap is going to be used for displaying the contents inside the image view. Okay, let's see what happens here. I'm going to run that application here, and we'll launch this application here. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm not. Oops. So sorry. I thought maybe we are looking at this one. Sorry, my bad. Let me start that application again and go back to this one. I thought maybe you're looking at this one. Sorry. So when I say take a photo, you see it launched my camera. Look, this is the mic I'm using right now. So I'm going to go back and say enter. It has taken the photo. I'm going to say get this photo, and you see the photo is right available here on my phone. See how simple is that? So probably when we are talking about this, you can easily see how to use that implicit intent to get the photo from your camera. You can also do this from gallery as well. Just go and look at documentation and get the intent there. That's it. Guys, are you there? You getting it? It's very simple, I know, but still, you getting it? Yeah, that's exactly what you are supposed to do. Do this for getting the content from camera. So probably it will help you to understand what's the use case for implicit intent. So where in the real world applications you can use it. So there are a number of examples given here. So probably you can do this for getting the the video capture, audio capture, recording videos, recording a camera, recording from your microphone, and so on and so forth. There are a number of use cases here, you know. So give it a try and see if it is possible for you to do this. This is kind of an example which you can think of it as implicit intent. It's very powerful feature of Android, and you know it's very simple, as simply as that. Same as we use a scanner or the QR code. Yes, exactly, Akansh. It's similar to what you have used here as barcode scanner or the QR code scanner. Absolutely right. Rather behind the scene, these people are doing the same thing. So they are taking the photo and then they are doing the job there. Okay. Anyway, so now we know what exactly we can do with the implicit intent. Let's go further and let's talk about one more example. Should we or should we not? Hmm. There are a number of things, but I'm sorry. Let's look at this one here. Where is my iPad? Did I lose that? Yes, I guess. Okay, so hopefully it has gone. Did I change it? Okay, it has automatically switched to my another Wi-Fi. That's how I disconnected it from here. Okay, not a big deal. Finally. Okay, I'm gonna put that right here. So let's put it here and put it there. Okay, so if you know this part, that's good. So let's continue further then, and we'll see one more example of how we can connect our application to consume the REST services. Okay, so this is where we are going to call the REST services, and I hope you still can recall what do you mean by a REST service. Do you remember this, guys? REST service, REST service, REST APIs. Do you remember that? That's something like an express application we have seen last time, right? Yeah, so that's fine. This is the REST APIs. Now we are going to call. How do you do that? Now to do that, there are n number of things. Mainly, we have to do this asynchronously. That's more important. Asynchronously. Now, how do you do that with the asynchronously? There is something called as async task. Sorry, this is going to be something called as async task. Remember that we are not using it, but still, I'm just telling you that there is something called as async task. We use this for performing some asynchronous tasks like downloading some content from internet, or maybe calling the REST APIs and stuff like that. But you know what? Using that async task is going to be lengthier rather, and sometimes it's a bit difficult. And that's the reason we are going to use something like the third-party libraries. There are many third-party libraries, like the one which we are going to use here. It's something called as an Android Ion. So that's a very simple example we are going to use here. But not only that, there are a bunch of other options available out there on the internet. If you just search for it, you will easily find that. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go back and search for a simple example, dummy REST API. There is a placeholder API. Yeah, that's what I was saying. There's a placeholder API. We can use that and we can see how we can make the call there. That's what we are looking for. Let's use this one, to-dos. This is the API, this is the URL. And if you use this URL, you will get the data like this, okay? How do you do that? You're going to do it with the help of something called as an Android Ion. This is the third-party library. This is the library which is given by the same person who has given the Wiser, Kaushik Datta, the same person. So I'm going to use this library. How do you use that? To use this, any library, if you want to use it, search for something like the Gradle, build.gradle implementation. You might find implementation or you might find compile. That's an older version you might see here. So probably I'm going to go back and copy this line as it is. Watch what I'm doing here. Copy this line and probably you can go back to your new application. So I need to create one application here. Application 4, you see, and right inside this you are going to say I need this one here. Don't use compile. Compile is deprecated. Use implementation as implementation instead. So this is implementation, and go for Android Ion 2 plus. In a sense, whatever version is available above 2.0, use it, and then let my application use that library here from Kaushik Datta. Okay, you see that kaushikdatta.ion.com. Okay, so here it is. I'm going to go back and try to use that and see if it is possible for me to download any of the contents by calling a REST API. See this and see if it is possible for you to understand that. I'm going to go back here and say we don't need that. We are going to use something like a linear layout. We are again going to use a as simple as, I'm sorry, what the hell? Orientation as vertical and padding as 16 dp. Okay, and I need a button there. So this is the button, match parent wrap content. I'm going to say text. I'm going to say something like the JSON, or maybe call API, call REST, sorry, REST API. As simple as that. Okay, and maybe I can say on click on call REST API. Guys, did you not notice it? Even though I say this call in small and other thing is capital, everything is capitalized here. Haven't you noticed that? No one asked that question. Anyways, this can be done easily by saying what was that? Not capitalized. It's text all cap is equals to false. As simple as that. So now you see call REST API is where call is small. Okay, capitalized was the older one. You can use the text all caps now. I'm going to go back here and want to write that code by saying public void blah blah blah, as simply as that. And I will use that. I'm going to call that API here. API means that's a URL. This is the URL that I want to try and see if I can download the contents from there. So it's going to be strong, sorry, not strong, string URL, and this is the URL I want to download the to-dos from. You can replace it with localhost colon 3000 blah 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 if you are running an Express application. Of course, I'm not having it right now, but you can do it on your own as well. It's something you already have done earlier. It just you have to replace the URL and of course the parser. So how do you do that? So you are going to say ion dot with context is equals to this. Okay, load, this is the URI and this is the method. So I want to call the get call that API with the get method. I hope you still can recall the get, post, put, and delete we have talked about earlier. So that's a get method, and this is the URL. So the URL is something like JSON placeholder blah 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 blah. Okay, which is going to give me as a JSON array. I guess this is an array. Is it array or is it object? Look at that. This is a square bracket. Square bracket means it is an array. So I'm going to go back here and say this is JSON array. As JSON array is this, and then we can say with response we don't need that, and say set callback, which is going to be new future callback. Sorry, new future callback as a JSON array, and probably whatever I'm going to get here, the result is a JSON array. So for now, I'm going to say JSON, log.e. This is going to be the main activity, and say result dot to string. What the hell? Result dot to string. Get a strings now, to string. We'll see if we are able to get the data there first. If we can, then we can figure out like how we can just get the data and how we can parse it and how we can try doing it again. What the hell? So let me say, let me open the logcat first. There are too many things. I'm going to filter it out with the error. We don't need that. That's an internal one. So now I'm going to go back and say call REST API. And oh my God, this is okay. It says assertion error. What is that? Ion processing, blah, blah, blah. It is crashing the application. Okay, let's see. What? Okay, it's my problem, I guess. Hopefully on your machine it has to work. Mine is I have too many things there. Probably that is the reason why it is not working. Or maybe I'll have to enable some yes, something from my side. Anyways, I think I'll say reset that device today because that's a development device I'm using right now. But so many things here install, and one of the things is clashing here because of some security issues. Anyways, I'll talk about this then later. But you see that this is the way we are going to get the URL. We are going to call that, and we are going to get the data from URL, and we'll start doing it as simply as getting the data, getting the array, parsing that array and showing it on screen. It can be something like your Express application. It can be anything there, and this code will work all the time. I mean, it's not like I'm telling you this. You just go back to that GitHub URL, and here already has given some examples here. So probably you can see that this is the get JSON data. You see, this is the JSON object. We are using JSON array because our response is an array. So ion with context, blah, 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 blah. You see, post JSON, this is the way we are going to call the post method, So we'll create a small example tomorrow with the Express application together, and then we'll try to do it either in emulator, or I'll reset my device and we'll do it there. Okay. By the time, if possible for today, give it a try and see if it works for you. By the way, do you remember, guys, the Express applications we have developed earlier? If you don't remember, I would suggest give it a try again whenever you find time today. Okay, because we certainly will need that tomorrow. We are going to write a very simple example Express application, and we are going to get that similar things inside Android. Okay, we'll call those APIs and we'll get these things here in Android. This is the plan for tomorrow. Okay, we also will have to see location manager to get the current location from where you are standing. We have to also use a Google Maps there. Very simple example, I'll show you that tomorrow as well. And what do I need? I think that is it. So that is something we are going to see tomorrow, maybe day after tomorrow, or if possible tomorrow or day after tomorrow, we'll see. We'll write a very simple React Native application. I hope you still are in the React context and you still can recall the React. Do you? Because if you can recall React, then probably writing a React Native application is a piece of cake. That's the main reason why we guys ask you to sit for the React lectures, so you can develop the web components. And now with the help of React Native, we are also going to develop some native applications using the React code. Same thing Redux, same thing reducer, same thing action, same thing component. The only thing which is going to change is only few, you can say, the APIs related to the UI, because web UI and the application UI is going to be a little bit different, but rest of the things, rest of the concepts will be exactly same. Okay, and then we will also see a small demo of Angular as well. I hope I mentioned that in the other part. Like when we are looking at the React is the way we are going to create a single page application there, and similarly Angular is also one of the other ways to create a single page application, SPA or SPA. We'll see a small demo of it as well. For your syllabus, it just introduction to Angular is more than sufficient. You already know React, hopefully in depth. You know all of these concepts, what we have seen earlier. So Angular, even if you see an example of it, you can see or you can map all the concepts that we have seen in React. So that is the plan for tomorrow, day after tomorrow, and 2 days after tomorrow. So fine. Let's call it a day today. Let's continue with this tomorrow. I'll reset my device. I'll also create a new emulator. My other emulator is kind of hanging in between, so I'll create that and we'll use it Android Ion tomorrow. Give it a try if it is possible for you. See if you can do it. If you can do it, well and good. If not, anyways, we are going to do it tomorrow. So we'll see. So as usual, guys, thank you very much for attending today's session. Really appreciate that you are still staying till the last minute. And probably you must are going through the practice sessions on your own as well. If you find anything you want my help, just put a message. I'll be always there for you. Okay, again, have a very good day ahead. I'll see you tomorrow exactly at 8 o'clock in the morning. Till then, bye bye. Have a good day ahead. See you tomorrow.